Oh my god, I can drop this kid. I can drop him. Please. Oh lord. What is... How do I put him down, little bastard? Get off of me. Get off! Stop laughing, you creep! I'm stuck. Throw him over the fence. I hate this. It works great for knocking people out. It's a great snack. Who doesn't love tuna, salt, and pepper? Just out the can, straight out of the can. I know you do. Yeah, the nice fisherman, he's always nice. He always greets you with a smile when he's being rammed into the back of your head. Tuna. Please buy ours. It's like I'm calling a cab. Come on, Isaac. Good morning, lads. Jason! Jason! Hello. Good morning, good morning. Yeah. Yeah. I like Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain's a good game. Would recommend it. It is... Yeah, it's silly, and it's got, like, silly plot holes, and, the kids are really annoying. The kids can be really annoying in it, but, you know, I guess that's just what all kids are like. Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. I liked it. It's right at the beginning, Urban. Right at the beginning. Oh, hang on. I forgot something. Hang on, lads. Hi guys, happy Monday. God, I haven't seen you guys today. Haven't seen you, wow. Heavy Rain is right at the beginning. It's right at the beginning. I think it's during the kid's birthday party. No, it's a Hawaiian shirt. I say that while I've literally got a fucking blanket on me. It's wearing my Hawaiian shirt with my fur blanket. No, yeah, it's a Hawaiian shirt so it can unbutton and wear it unbuttoned or buttoned. I just spilled something down myself.
Enjoy the bits while I have them. I put in my notice at work today.
You did. Oh, are you excited, Digits? What are you going to do next? Are you taking a break? Are you looking for something straight away? Thank you very much. That's so exciting. I hope it's exciting anyway. I hope it's not... You wrote that through tears. And I'm like, wow! Congratulations! You're like, yeah, great! Yeah, good luck with it. Oh, you've got another job lined up.
Oh, that's fun. Is it same thing that you were doing before, or is it new thing? You are sad. You did write that through tears, and I stepped in it. No, yeah, like if you like your current job and you like the people you're with, it's gonna be same. They're sad to leave them, right? Hi, Lovey. Do you want to say hello? Do you want to say congratulations? Do you want to smell this? Oh yeah, I thought you would. Can't have any of it. You can smell it though. Hi. That's a good girl. Alright, see you later. I think Dog Cam is back. Hey, Haley, good morning. Oh, I got my new screaming computer. What's a screaming computer, Urban? Is that one specifically you scream to? Or is that a... Oh, no, did you mean streaming? You forgot to unpause Dog Cam. It's fine. No Dog Cam today. Yeah. Won't share my drink, sorry. I know. Same industry, still software. Is it kind of like a promotion? Sorry, not to ask like 5 million questions, Digits. I'm so nosy. You don't have to answer any of them. Like, are you going to be like a manager, is what I was wondering. Hey, Pip, good morning. It's an iced Americano. It's a black coffee. Because I threw up this morning, so can't have anything that's going to upset my stomach. I threw up last night as well, so it's not a... It's no connotation on today. Yeah. I probably threw up this morning because I threw up last night. And then I ate something this morning. And my stomach was like, we're not eating things. So, yeah. Yeah. So hopefully the coffee won't do me any more damage. My current job was starting to be bad for my mental health, so I'm getting out. Oh, perfect. I hope the new job is better. Oh, yeah. I hope it turns out well. And anyway, it'll be like a nice change of pace, won't it? When are you starting? When are you starting your job so I can pummel you with questions about it when you've started? Oh, you had to buy a new phone as well because the other one is not compatible with the router. No. And the replacement setup. Oh. Then notice my DVD player and my Blu-ray player in the bedroom are both broken. Oh my god. Is there anything else electronic that's broken, Sect? Oh my god. Yeah. Expensive weekend too, I should imagine. 2 weeks from today. Okay, I'll put it on my calendar so I can ask you all the questions. And Rooks, back into the apartment. Yeah, look at you guys. New job, new apartment, new DVD and Blu-ray player for Sect. Wow. Look at you guys. Yeah, I'm just still saying. Same old vomiting, same old Badger. Yeah. I think she likes smelling them, Darth. I think it, because she can kind of taste it when she smells it. So I like to think that it gives her a bit of stimulation. You got some new things coming too, Haley? What fillings? Like teeth fillings? Oh. Oh, it's not quite as good as a new DVD and Blu-ray player, is it, Haley? Are you going to get the silver ones? Or do they not do those anymore? Am I sounding like a really old person? So they do them teeth colored now, right? Yeah, I suppose it's one of those things that you'll see if you end up missing it. And if you don't end up missing it, then... You could always move if you've got any elsewhere in like your home, you could move them into the bedroom when you want them. God, back in my day, we had lead in our teeth and we were happy with it. Yeah, Vomiting is better than feeling nauseous all day because it gets it out, doesn't it? I love you. Come here. Come here. You want to smell it again? Ah. She's a good girl. Are you a good girl? Yeah, I love you. Ooh, Pip. You started chapter 1. How's it go? How are you liking it? It looks good, doesn't it? Yeah. I'll never be able to spend on miniatures. Yeah, I get that, Haley. Because you're like, well, I should spend it on my teeth. Obviously most important. But I don't want to. I want to spend it on the fun things. Yeah. She's a good girl. Oh, you're getting all the rubbies. Yeah, sat in bed with me this morning. Did we have a big nap together? Yeah, we did, didn't we? I like how she hides. She's like she knows it's there. Did you good girl? You don't need your blanket on today. It's a bit warm, my love. I'm not gonna put it on you. Or I could put it on her and then she can kick it off. She always naps better with the blanket on her, so I feel bad if I don't put it on. Oh, she's gone anyway. She's leaving. Oh, the Port Haven boat. What kind of boat is it? Is it obviously a miniature one? Have you ever thought about doing ships in a bottle, Haley? They've always appealed to me, but they look a bit too fiddly. Oh, you bought rose water. I wanna play it as well. You have to play it before I do. Or else I'll give you spoilers I would not even. Saw a dusting of snow. It's April though. Snow should be all gone. Yeah, you assemble it inside the bottle. It just seems like, with how mad I get at the book nooks when you drop something inside them, I think I would get upset quite easily. All right, let me get Lamplight up. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit warmer for us. I've got my blanket on, but I also have my fan running and an iced coffee with my. So I don't know what temperature I'm feeling today. I do tend to think that when you've been or when you're feeling sick, I think different parts of your body need different temperatures. I always prefer my face to be a bit cooler and the rest of my body to be a bit warmer. All right, let me close that. You don't think you would, Haley? What if they were... What about tanks in a bottle? I think it's... Okay, we're in the sewers, I think. Load. And then... Are we in the sewers? Or are we going to the sewers? I can't actually remember, what we were doing. I don't remember. Been wanting to play it since I saw you playing it. Oh, the medium at the start. Yeah. Started and put it down for a week or more, and then you get back to it, and you're like, what the fuck was I doing? Yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, and it looks nice, doesn't it? And it's just nice to be able to run around and change your weather. Oh yeah, we voted. We voted for the guy that was anti steam engine, didn't we? You know, that's been haunting me a little bit because I've been thinking about it all weekend. I've been like really putting thought into it. I'm like, oh man, I don't know. I think I would have needed more information. From the information we got, I think I chose correctly. But I wish we'd had a bit more information about each of the parties, because I would have liked to have seen what their stances were on other things to choose which one I was going to vote. Yeah, no, I was thinking about it too much. And I would have liked to have seen... We didn't know what... whatever his face, you know, the guy that won. We didn't know what his stance was on worker jobs and stuff. So we just had to assume that he didn't really care that much about the jobs because the other guy kept mentioning the jobs. Yeah. Oh, a snail in a bottle. Yeah. Yeah, and for me, I quite like stuff in a bottle because I don't know, there's just something about the glass that just really appeals. It's like you know how I really like malls. It's just something about the glass, and I think it's the same appeal or as a what are they called? You know, like a botanical gardens under glass. There was just, yeah, it's jar adjacent, and it just really appeals to me. I really liked, there's something in The Grinch where somebody is wearing a glass of milk on their head, and I think it looks so good. I don't know, I find it fascinating. There's something about the jars. Think about How I Murdered Bill in Cold Blood. That was Bill's fault. Murdered Bill in cold blood and then voted for the wrong person. Yeah. Cider whiskey. So where are we? There's a bakery over there. Do you guys want to go to the sewers or do you want to go to the bakery first? Oh, I remember. So, yeah, there was a vote on the voting night. We went to the pub we were just in was a polling station. Somebody got killed outside of it, and it was a rich person. Okay, get the appetite up. Bakery sounds nicer.
So this is what it's come to, eh? Braving the stench
Oh,
of
you
human
never
waste in
know.
hopes of
Sect.
finding a lead. Just make sure you stay away from the
Look
edge.
at that, delicious.
While you could use a bath, I don't think this is the right place to take a dip.
Begging your pardon, sir.
What? Who are you?
What?
What are you doing down here?
My name's Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a sewer worker by the name of Cormac.
We needn't look no further.
Sewer
What is
Jack.
this about?
I just have a few questions for you.
I'm looking for
Alright.
George Stobart.
Cormac will answer them, but don't dally for too long. It can be dangerous down here for anyone who's not trained as Cormac is.
Oh, he talks like Gollum.
You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Cormac knows few men. People don't much like talking to a man who spends his days in his sewers.
I
Can't
can't
really
imagine
blame
why.
him for it. It's hard to get a stink off, so why bother even trying?
Yeah, you
You
know.
didn't answer my question.
Why bother even
Do
trying?
you know Ronan Lespay or not?
Could you describe him?
What were you gonna get,
Cormac's
Sect?
got
Could
a
you get it
better
tomorrow?
memory for faces than for names.
I have his portrait. Here, have a look.
Do you want to see a picture of my dad?
Yes. Cormac saw this fellow recently.
On election night?
That's right. He come into the bar, voted, went out. Looked drunk to Cormac, but
Okay.
then everyone at that place usually is.
What's Cormac got in his pockets, his precious?
Yeah, isn't there a brand of trucks called Stobart truck stuff? I think I thought of that when I saw George.
Do you frequent a pub called the Silent Raven?
Yes. The Raven is where Cormac goes to forget about the day's work. The barmaid, Nicole, she's a good sort. We likes talking about the ponies down at the track. Nikki
Okay.
loves her some racing. She gives Cormac drinks for cheap in exchange for odd jobs. Nice to have your own personal sewer man,
You know what?
suppose.
I think that's
She's
what my
really
life
the
is
only one
missing.
Cormac talks to. There's a few others Cormac sees often, but Cormac hasn't spoken with them.
Cripes. This guy goes on and on, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, you're the one
who
talking,
avoid?
Bill. I'll ask him about the murder last, because sometimes people
Would you
don't
be able
like
to
it when you
remove the
just talk
cover
about
of a storm
murder.
drain?
Yes, of course, sir. Cormac's got the right tool for the
He
job.
is Sewer
Just a
Jack.
few twists from old Mary here, and any drain will open up like a Christmas rose.
Excellent. Would you be able to open the storm drain outside the Silent Raven?
Suppose so, yes. But Cormac ain't allowed to just open up drains as he sees fit. What do you want this drain open for?
Should we be truthful? Do you think, I don't know whether Cormac is a man of the law, or whether he is somebody who would identify with the need to stick their hand into dank puddles. You think he's a man of the law, Homer? Alright. Oh, I might have watched... Oh, my parents, I seem to remember watching a documentary about the Stobart, the trucks. Be honest with him, alright. National Beer and Coffee Cake Day. Ooh. I just got wet coffee today, unfortunately. Do like some coffee cake though.
I believe there's a vital piece of evidence at the bottom of the drain.
You don't say.
It's quite true. It may even help me solve a murder.
Well then, in that case, Cormac will get the drain open for you. Come on, there's not a moment to
No,
lose.
I haven't finished talking to you. Oh,
This it, then?
no, I didn't talk to him about
Won't
everything.
be a moment.
It's fine. We'll reload if we have to.
There we are.
Thank you for your help, Cormac.
Not a problem. Now, if you don't mind, Cormac's just going to pop inside for a quick pint.
Do you think Cormac is hired by the government or public?
Detective work is a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Don't
I
forget
just
to
figured
roll
that
up
he
your
just
sleeve.
liked the
Really
sewers,
hope
so
there's something down
you know,
there.
kind of worked there for fun. Oh wow.
Ugh. This is almost as bad as the time I had to search for that stolen necklace in a pile of horse manure.
The horse
Really
manure
glad I
smells
didn't
good.
Draw the short straw in that case. Well, how about that?
Wish the police had found this so I wouldn't have to carry it around.
Okay.
Nothing else down there.
Dirty water. Yeah, let's see if we can talk to him inside. I'm just worried he's going to be a bit drunk now.
Moment of your time, if I may.
Right, I'll make it quick.
Was that all I had to talk to him about before? Or am I missing some options? I think that was it, wasn't it?
Thanks for your time.
I'm just going to go down and talk to him quickly and see whether he's got anything else to say to
This
me.
is what. Just make.
Begging your...
What?
My name... I just...
Oh, it can be.
Ronan, okay.
I'll let... Be...
I think it looks like it was fine. Don't dislike the smell of farms.
I'll make it quick.
Ah, then.
Is it difficult
That's
being
one
a
step
sewer
away
worker?
from saying they smell good.
Nah, it's a dream. Especially since they introduced all these steam tech treatments and purification what's-its. The only thing Cormac's got to do is check the little dial never goes into the red on old Belinda.
Belinda?
Aye, the purifier. She's a real special lady who's made Cormac's life so much brighter. Cormac makes sure to thank her each and every day.
Well, I mean,
We're talking to a lunatic.
Wasn't so easy a few years ago. Back then it was tapping on pipes
see,
all
this is the
day
benefit of
Tapping
steam
on
technology.
to make sure they
Hey,
were
Elle,
flowing
good
fine and
morning.
not blocked. Cormac would take his little hammer and tap, tap, tap on the pipes to make sure they was ringing fine. You can imagine what that was like. Tap, tap, tap. Ring, ring, ring. All day, up and down, over and over. The tapping stopped. but the ringing never left. Still hears it to this day, Cormac does.
Cormac's got tinnitus then. So I don't judge Cormac too much, because we literally have a dead man living in our brain. So I think out the two of us, I think Cormac's actually probably the more normal one.
Do you have any opinions regarding the election?
Cormac hears lots of things about Atwood, but he's the one what's got this new machinery put into the sewer system. There's still a job for Cormac, so all that talk about being replaced by machines is just
Yeah, we could get
talk
along.
for now. But Leroy says he wants to give the workers their fair chance, so Cormac can't argue with that. What about you?
I would have preferred Atwood stay in office myself.
Bah, they's all the same in the end. One way or another. No point worrying.
Wait, who did I vote for? I thought I voted for the guy that wasn't in office. I thought I voted for the other guy. I voted for the guy that was against Steam Tech, didn't I? I voted for the Steam guy. Did I vote for the wrong person? See what it does? After all my agonizing about who I was gonna vote for, I voted for the wrong person. I thought I voted for the guy that was against Steam Tech because I said that I thought he cared a bit more. Oopsies.
Do you know anything about
It's
the
fine.
murder that took place
It's fine.
outside here on election night?
Murder? Ah, yes. The commotion out in the alleyway.
That's right. Did you see or hear anything?
It was a touch noisy that night.
At least I
what
took
with all
part.
the
This is
election
what
stuff
counts.
happening. But Cormac remembers the sound of the gun. One shot. And then shouting and hollering from the bar. A few people run outside to look at what happened. But Cormac just stayed in his seat and finished his whiskey.
So you didn't see the man who was shot, or who shot him?
No, keeps to himself, Cormac does.
That's fair
Makes
enough.
life easier that way.
Cormac, unbothered.
Any more unhelpful? Actually, it's probably best not to find.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you
I
get
like
back
his
to your
little rain suit. It's kind of cute.
She doesn't.
Okay. All right, let's head off. Perhaps we should talk to Upton? Cake shop or opium den? Let's go to Upton first, because I kind of want to show her my gun. Oh, she's not in. Okay, never mind. The worst thing you can do is make no choice. Not sure. I think actually the worst thing you can do is vote for the
come
wrong
to a total of
person.
3 shillings 10 coppers.
There you are, Mrs. Morgan.
Yeah, I
Feel free
thought
to
I'd
have
voted
Barbara's
for
going to
Leroy.
love this.
Oh well.
My pleasure. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, I thought I was voting for the guy that
Pardon me,
wasn't
sir.
pro Steam. I reckon he's the murderer. I don't know why. Just
I'm
gave
sure
me
Barbara will
shifty
enjoy them,
vibes.
the cow.
Oh my
Mr.
god.
Fordham, welcome.
Thank you, Mrs. Morgan.
And I only say that so we decided to vote for the anti-Steam guy because while he didn't seem to have a plan for people having jobs, he seemed to care enough to try and want people to have jobs. I thought that was, yeah. Look, my vote,
Those
it didn't
look
matter.
nice, but given the choice, I'll always side with pie over cake.
I felt like I won't re-justify my choice because it was like Sophie's choice last week when we were trying to choose anyway, and we thought that Steam was kind of the way to go, but the guy that was currently in office, clearly things weren't good under him, and he didn't care about workers' jobs. So we decided that the guy that seemed to care a bit more was probably the better one to vote for. But he's not who I voted for, it seems. I voted for the other guy that didn't care about anybody. So
The stuff in that day-old box doesn't look half bad. More like 3/4 bad. Well, I never had much of a sweet tooth, but even I'd consider buying some of this stuff. You know, if I was still alive. Minor detail, I know. A bunch of assorted baking products. Don't waste your time with those, Miles. We got a murder to solve.
All right,
A
Bill.
very wise man once told me, never go poking around the back rooms of bakeries. I
Why?
think you'd do well to heed that advice.
I love the smell of a bakery, though. Oh. Okay, I think that's all we've got to look at. Of cakes.
A
Presumably.
bunch of assorted...
Have you got time for a few more questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes.
What if
of
only
course.
4 people vote? Then it mattered that I was the one that voted for the other guy. Yeah, with a bit of manure. No, Rooks, a bakery on a farm. Right, tell me about
this is
yourself.
your bakery.
My husband Gerald and I have had it for almost 10 years.
Is it just the two of you? Do you have any children?
Alas, no. Some extra hands would be most welcome in the kitchen, but we haven't yet been blessed.
Wow.
It's such a shame that Ronan never got to be an uncle.
Oh, so she is the sister of the guy that's dead. Love that though. Oh, why do you want kids? So they can be extra hands in the bakery, so I can put them to work.
What are your thoughts on the outcome of the election?
I don't know why I
Oh,
care what
I haven't
people
given it much
voted
thought,
for.
to be honest. It hardly seems to matter now.
Her brother
yes,
just
of course.
died.
My apologies for bringing it up. What can you tell me about your brother?
Ronan was the best brother anyone could have asked for. He took care of me after our parents died. Carriage accident. I was only 9 and he was 13.
Okay.
Ronan went out and found work. And
Yeah, you don't
managed
need to pay
support the both
children.
of us. He was just a child
Especially if they're
himself,
yours.
but he kept us out of the gutter. Or worse, the workhouse.
How
I
did you
like
hear
her
of his
little
death?
top hat.
Ronan comes by to visit me every day after he finishes work. When he didn't come for 2 days in a row, I got worried. I went to his apartment, but he wasn't there. So I made a report to the police. Yesterday, they contacted me and asked me to come to the mortuary.
I'm terribly sorry for your
Yes.
loss, Mrs. Morgan.
Just vibes.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Fordham. Please, find whoever did this to him. Ronan deserved so much
She
better.
looks so shifty though. She's like looking from the side. She's like, yeah, Ronan deserves so much better.
What sort of life did Ronan lead?
You know, just normal. He'd go
Oh.
to work, come visit me afterwards, and go home. He didn't have much of a social life. At least he
Okay.
never mentioned any friends to me. I always hoped Ronan would meet a nice girl to settle down with, but he was so shy, you know?
Where did Ronan work?
At the Grips Home Taxidermy Shop in
Oh.
Gascon. I always thought it was rather macabre work, but he enjoyed it. Bit lonely, though.
Okay, so he did taxidermy.
Can you give me the address of Ronan's apartment?
It's at 1172
If I
Bushnell
accuse
Street.
everyone, I'm always
I
going
have
to be
a
right
spare
about
key.
someone.
That would be most helpful. Thank you.
We'll pop to the opium den
do you know
first,
about your
or,
brother's
or
murder?
maybe not.
Only what the police told me. He
Let's
was
go to
shot
his
at close
apartments and
range
stuff.
outside that pub in the Chum. Nothing was missing, and his wallet had money in it, so they said
Okay.
it wasn't a robbery. I didn't recognize the clothes he was wearing. I had never seen them before, and they were far too big for him. I
Mm.
still can't believe he's gone. He was the only family I had left.
Dr. Edwards at the mortuary might be able to give us some more detailed
She
information.
looks like
The only thing
shifty.
we'll get out of this one is more tears.
Oh my god, Bill. God, ugh. Don't you hate it when
Those are
people
all the
cry
questions
when
I
one of their
have for now.
family members
All
die?
right, Mr. Fordham.
Ugh. Like, God, suck it up. Yes, no, I love accusing people of everything. Shall we pop to his apartment first and then we will... Oh, wow.
Quite the collection of exotic items in here. Ronan appears to be a seasoned world traveler.
Or at least knows someone who is.
Just looking at this painting is making me feel seasick. This one is scarier than the other masks. Wait a moment. I think I
Oh,
saw something
yeah.
shiny in the back of the mouth.
You see? No one cried
How
when Bill
about that?
died. Maybe that's
Perfect
he's
hiding
just
place for a
jealous.
key.
Some kind of owl mask. This mask looks African. You should try it on. It'd be an improvement.
That's fucking rude.
Ronan's book collection mostly consists of cheap pulp adventure novels, but this top shelf looks interesting.
Secret customs of the Orient, exotic fauna of Africa, exotic fauna of Australia, Bible spelt with a J, and unmarked book. Okay, right. Black rhinoceros. An adult black rhinoceros stands at 1.5 to 1.75 meters, which is 59 to 69 inches, high at the shoulder, and is 3.5 to 3.9, that's 11 to 13 feet in length. An adult weighs from 850 to 1,600 kilograms. Oh my god, they have to keep translating it into American numbers. Which is 1,870 to 3,530 pounds. Exceptionally to 1,800 kilograms, which is 4,000 pounds, with the females being smaller than the males. The elephant. No, we don't use them anymore, Rooks. But no, I don't want to be a liar. UK uses a horrible mix of both imperial and metric. Like, don't let people from the UK say, why do you still use imperial numbers? Like, the imperial numbers, awful. Cups, hate cups. They can go in the bin. They're awful. We don't use cups here, but we do use like yards. Older people will still use pounds and ounces. Miles an hour we're driving, not kilometers an hour. So don't let us bitch about it too much. In African elephants, males stand 3.2 to 4 meters, which is 10.5 to 13.1 feet, tall at the shoulder and weigh 4,700 to 6,048 kilograms, which is 10,362 to 13,334 pounds, while females stand 2.2 to 2.6 meters, which is 7.2 to 8.5 feet tall and weigh 2,160 to 3,232 kilograms, which is 4,762 to 7,125 pounds. This word is smaller, with the male shoulder heights of up to 2.5, which is 8.2 feet. Yeah. Yeah, no, we do sometimes measure distance in miles as well. It's a horrible mix, Harmer. And some people still measure themselves in feet rather than like centimeters, and they use stones to weigh themselves. Yeah. What do you drink your tea with? My bare hands, like any good British person, Urban. Mm-hmm. I was brought up with stone and feet. Australia, kangaroo, a strange cross between rabbit and donkey. Oh, how interesting. I've never thought that a kangaroo looked like a donkey before. And I still don't, actually. The kangaroo is a marsupial, which is to say it has a pouch where its young reside until reaching maturity. The kangaroo is herbivorous and travels by hopping on its powerful hind legs. Oh, koala. I love koala. Koala may appear at first glance to be small bears, but are in fact marsupials. Like the kangaroo, baby koalas spend their first few years inside their mother's pouch. Koalas sleep many hours of the day and feed primarily on the leaves of the eucalyptus tree. That's interesting. Why are there so many marsupials in Australia? Chlamydia not mentioned. This game's 1 star. Chlamydia not mentioned. Okay, this was Secrets and Customs of the Orient. You must be aware, dear reader, that the customs of the Orient differ greatly from our own. You would do well to familiarise yourself not only with common ones, but more obscure and clandestine ones as well, lest you offend anyone on your travels. Opium use. At the turn of the century, travellers to the Orient would seek out the more exotic pleasures, which is to say opium. Nowadays, the influx of immigrants from China and Vespuccia has caused a significant drop in this type of tourism, as many opium dens have appeared in El Presidio, with some even known to exist as far east as New Bretagne. In any case, opium dens are open to all who seek to indulge, known colloquially as riding the dragon. The use of opium recreational for relaxation or as a social activity is a common pastime. Baiju? No, I said that wrong. If you're offered wine, make sure you understand what exactly it is you're about to drink. Chances are it might be Baiju, a clear liquid usually distilled from fermented sorghum. Although other grains may be used, southern China versions may employ glutinous rice, while northern Chinese varieties may use wheat, barley, millet, or even Job's tears instead of sorghum. The Jiu starter culture used in the production of Baiju mash is usually made of pulverized wheat grains. God, I'm butchering this. Marsupials flourish there while mammals flourish in many other parts of the world. It's kind of cute though. I like that Australia just has so many things that just like living in pouches. As a foreigner, drinking Baiju must be a shocking experience. It has been known to be used as a way of proving oneself in a group. This high concentration of alcohol is often too much for anyone not used to it. Exercise caution. The last thing you want is to end up face down in a back alley. I wonder if this is what there might have been an element of that with their with the death. Hey Vic, good morning. The evolutionary benefit the marsupials had over placental mammals was that they could just stop gestation at any point if they had no food. Oh.
It's in another language, but it appears to be a Bible.
Okay.
No title, and it appears to be blank. I wonder if Ronan just kept empty books on his shelf to appear well read.
Why don't we open it and see, Bill? No? Okay.
I had an illustration that looks similar to that one. I wonder where it ended up.
After being on hold for the last 45 minutes listening to the same 10 bars of hold music over and over again, I may now legitimately be insane. So after 41 months of Badger, I am in the right place.
I know, Pixel. I wish they would just use a longer hold music. Because you know that you're going to be sat on hold for forever. I wish the music was just a bit longer. Because it does just end up being... Yeah, or silence. Yeah. Silence would be great. Do you know what's the worst though? Well, it's not the worst. When you're listening to the whole music and you think someone's finally picked up the phone, but it's just the automated message telling you how valuable your call is. Like you get that little moment of, oh my God, someone's finally picked up the phone. And they're just like, oh, we really value, thank you for calling. We value your customs. Please hold. And then it goes back to the hold music. You were 41 months, thank you. Wrong side of 40. Yeah. Yeah, but it does it every 45 seconds, too often. Right? Because if you're on there for 45 minutes, you're going to be hearing it so, like... Oh, the clicking sound when the music loops. Do you think it is, Jordan? Yeah, try and get you out the queue. I remember watching Linus Tech Tips. He did the... Oh, you know where they, like Mystery Shopper, where they buy a computer from one of these stores and then they measure them against all the other stores. And I was watching the video and they were calling the helplines of those stores to see how good their customer service was. And Linus was like complaining when he was on hold for 10 minutes. And I was like, I was like, Christ, that's really quick, because I don't know if it has to be the same most places in the world. But here, we're kept on hold for like upwards of an hour if you want to get through to somebody. Yeah, it was like 10 minutes. That's like instantaneous. Yeah, it was about 2 hours. Yeah, I think it's been the same here, Sect. And you're like, sometimes you get worried that, I don't know, you've been routed to the wrong place, right? And you can't, like, put the phone down and go to the toilet or anything. So you have to make sure your bowels and your bladder are completely empty before you call. Because, you know, the second you put your ass down on the seat, they'll pick it up. Oh, I feel like in the UK it doesn't matter. Company or government. they're all like the holes are just as bad either way. Yeah. Oh, honestly, sometimes you're thrown out of the waiting line as well. Yeah, oh god. Yeah, it happens here that sometimes they'll go, you'll call up, you'll be on hold for ages, and they'll say something like, the line is full now. Sorry, we couldn't get to your call. And they'll just hang up on you. You're just tearing your hair out. Yeah, then had to try and pronounce your medication. Did you have to do the alphabet pixels? You know, alpha, foxtrot. I always hate it when like something I'm trying to spell out has P in it, and the only thing I can think of is penis. That's like the only word that I can think of that, because I don't know my phonetic alphabet. Like, trying to think of another word that isn't penis. So it's always like a big pause of me thinking, yeah, let me decide when I want to give up, right? Do you call them back, Sect, or do you just think, oh, that's it for the day, try again tomorrow? Oh, thank God, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's P is in pen. Like, I just can't think of anything that begins with P. I can't think of anything now that begins with pencil. But it's all like penis reminiscent, like piss. P is in Paris. Thank you, Gullings. P is in nice. P is in P. I call back with a worse mood than before. Yeah, because then you're just stuck in. You're like, and when they read out the number of people ahead of you, as in phone, but then that doesn't work for the phonetic alphabet, does it? Oh, P is in phone. What is it in the phonetic alphabet? P is in pseudo. Promenade. Oh, I can't like promenade. Polo, is that actually what it is? P is in polo. Maybe I'll remember that. P is in pick up the phone, please. Yeah, polo. Okay. I'll try and keep that in mind.
Ronan wasn't too concerned with comfort, apparently.
Polo.
This is hardly bigger than a bunk at sea.
Peppa Pig.
Ronan wasn't...
Digits silent. Digits silent
Now
at
to find out
the
what
beginning.
Mr. Lespay finds so precious.
Turn the B upside down. Oh, coffee.
Ooh, this teacup could use a washing. I'd be surprised
Oh,
if it
it's
isn't permanently
Papa.
stuck to the desk.
Papa. I would feel weird on the phone calling someone Papa, though. What's M? Is M Mama? Or is it? P for Daddy.
They appear to be a pair of letters from Ronan's landlord. It's empty.
Oh, could you imagine you're on the phone and you're like, oh, M for murder? M for Mike.
A model of the SS Joondalup.
Could you
Looks like a
imagine if
merchant
your
vessel
name
made.
is Mike? And they ask you to spell it and you're like, oh, it's M for Mike. I for Ike. K for... Kai. E for I. That's not quite. Alpha, November, Bravo, Oscar, Charlie, Papa, Delta. A-N. B-O-C-P. What do you spell it out, Darth? Because it doesn't go Alpha, November, does it? Go Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India. Thought it said Indigo. India, Juliet, Kilo, Lima, Mike, and then November, Oscar, Papa, Quebec, Echo. Quebec, Romeo, Sierra, Tango, Uniform, Victor, Whiskey, X-Ray, Yankee, Zulu. Gary, I got it.
This one appears to be from Emily.
Ronan, Gerald. Now I can't read anything. Janerial and I will be celebrating the new year and would like to invite you to spend it with us. Please feel free to bring along any guests you like, especially any lady friends you might have. All my love, Emily. This kind of looks like there was an extra cup there. Oh, there we go. Ronan, with regards to your request for an extension to pay this month's rent, I will gladly give you until next month. You've always been a reliable tenant who has paid on time, so don't be concerned. I hope to resolve your issues. That feels a bit rude. This is very polite, you know, don't worry, you can pay next month. I hope you resolve your issues. Devil. Ronan, I understand we all go through financial difficulties, but I'm afraid I can't extend my generosity beyond the end of 2 months. Please have the rent ready by then, or I will have no choice but to seek legal actions against you. I hope you resolve your issues. Oh.
Aha. A letter from someone called...
Maybe
Jimbo?
he had to take a loan out, loan shark. Ronan, next week will be a year since we met. I can honestly say life has changed for the better in every possible way, and I will always hold July 8th as a special day in my heart. Can't wait to see you again, Jimbo.
Empty safer.
Okay.
Looks like you found Ronan's journal.
Let's
Perhaps
read his
this will be able
diary.
to give us some more insight into what he was up to before he died.
Oh, shall we read a random one? Because I'm
Let's see.
nosy.
February 24th, 1844. Jimbo has been at sea for nearly 2 months. These long periods away are the most difficult, but all the time seems to disappear when I see him again.
Really?
My solace
nothing.
is that he will return with plenty of tales of adventure.
I
can
guess,
hardly wait to
yeah,
hear
you
them.
just spell it out. So I think he was in a relationship with Jimbo.
March 11th, 1844. I must have eaten something last night which didn't agree with me because I've had a terrible case of the runs.
I had the same thing, March 11th, 2025.
February 24th, 1844. Jimbo has been at sea for nearly 2 months. These long periods away are the most difficult, but all the time seems to disappear when I see him again. My solace is that he will return with plenty of tales of adventure. I can hardly wait to hear them.
Yeah, people in 1884 weren't that different than today. Everybody still got the shits. Hey, Lochno, good morning. Whatever became of my food diary, we didn't start it. We didn't start it, we should. I thought about it, and then I just kind of... It's a lot of work. I haven't been well enough to sit down and really do it, but would probably help
February
if I did.
24th, 1844.
Okay, we've already read this one.
There are 2 entries, one from this year and one from last.
So, start with last year's.
July 8th, 1843. I've decided I need to get out more, so I'm going to a club in Gascon tonight. Stuffing animals has taken its toll, and I need to talk to someone who isn't
He's a
Emily or my
taxidermist, by the
coworkers.
way.
Gerald
It's
told me
nothing
about a place
inappropriate.
called the Crimson Cat. I'll try it, and if I don't enjoy myself, I'll just come home. Now for this year's entry. July 8th, 1844.
Oh.
Today is our 1-year anniversary. We're going to meet at the Cat again. I love him, but I wish he wasn't so attached to that place. Emily is so nosy, I worry that she might follow me and discover the truth about Jimbo. If we moved around, I wouldn't worry, but with him, it's always the Crimson Cat. I really shouldn't complain, though. What we have is something truly special.
So presumably we want to see if we can
Jimbo
find...
character is to visit the Crimson Cat.
No, he is. We know he's a taxidermist. We can go visit his office if you want. I don't see anything else. The bookcase is maybe a little bit suspicious, but...
No title. It's in another language, but it appears to be a Bible.
Okay, well... Oh, I thought that was just my tinnitus sack. So we've been to his apartment. Do we want to pop to the police station and see his body? Do we want to go to the opium den? Let's go to the police station so we can first see if his body had any
I was beginning to
opium
wonder when you'd
in
show
it.
up.
Because they might be able to tell.
Well, wonder no longer. I'm here
And we
I
can
need to
hand
see
over the
Dr.
gun.
Edwards.
Oh, I see how it is. He helped you solve a case, and now you don't have time for us lowly front desk
This is the lady
clerks.
we're living with
That's
at the
just the
moment.
way it goes, Upton. Maybe next time you should pick a nicer coffee house.
Right. You know the way. Snelling isn't in today, so you're all clear.
Well, that's a relief. Thanks, Upton. Can we talk for a...
Certainly.
I want to give her the gun.
How are things with you?
Better than
Our
last week,
roommate.
but plenty of feathers still ruffled around here.
What happened?
You have to ask. Snelling was not happy with you turning up at the Latham crime scene. He was a right inquisition around here. Snelling going around to interrogate everyone, trying to ferret out a leak.
So, he suspects.
I'm afraid so. I managed to calm him down some and divert suspicion. He thinks someone on the force is speaking to the Gazette, not to you directly.
Well, that's some kind of
She's going to
relief.
get someone
I'm
else
sorry you had to go through
fired.
that.
Oh, don't
Hey,
worry about
McFluffy,
me.
good morning.
Well, maybe worry about me a little.
That was one hell of an election, wasn't it?
That it was. I don't know how he managed it, but I'm glad Leroy won.
I can't say I agree, but I'm not really surprised. Leroy may have started as something of a dark horse, but his campaign had been gaining a lot of steam leading up to the election. Pun not intended.
Yes, well, it's the Steam Tech issue that clinched it. When something like the Lygia happens, people start to wake up and wonder if we really want contraptions like that in our lives.
You have to admit, he was playing up on people's fears. Not exactly the most honorable way of getting into office.
Fordham, since when have politics ever been honorable?
You wouldn't happen to know anything about Ronan Lespay, would you?
Probably nothing more
I
than
wonder
you
what-
already know.
so you
His
can-
body is in the mortuary, and the reason for his murder is unknown.
Like
I
wrap
suggest
up
you
a
speak with
case
Dr. Edwards.
and say that you don't know who did it. I wonder what would
I'll let you
happen
get
if you
back to
just
work.
went through the whole
And
game
you'd better do the same.
saying, oh, I don't know who it was. Hello. We have looked at mostly everything
Assorted
here.
lab equipment. Seems to be empty for now. That's most definitely a good thing.
Yeah, maybe an achievement. Good job for not
I
doing
hope
your
I'm not
job.
interrupting anything, Edwards.
Ah, Fordham. Always a pleasure.
Have you got
I
time
love
for
his
some questions?
glasses.
Of course.
Why do I want to talk to everybody about the
What are
election?
your thoughts on the election?
There was an election?
Maybe our friend Edwards needs to get out a bit more.
How's the coroner business?
Things have been pretty dead around here lately.
Don't quit your day job, Edwards. So what can you tell me about Ronan Lespay?
Yeah, the
Caucasian
goggles.
male, approximately 27 years old, died of blood loss as a result of being shot at close range. He was brought in 4 nights ago. I performed the postmortem the following day.
Okay, did he have
After that,
opium
his next of kin was contacted. I
in
believe
his
sister came
system?
to identify the body.
Any personal opinions on what might have happened?
Oh, the
Well,
skull.
The fact he
Oh,
was
I'll take
shot
a
at such
peek.
close
Is he
range
matching?
would suggest it was done by someone he knew. And robbery doesn't appear to be a
What if
motive,
it was
since his
Jimbo?
wallet was found on the body with money in it. Beyond that, your guess is as good
A
as
crime
mine.
of passion.
Better, I hope.
Did the postmortem reveal anything?
Quite a few things, actually. Mr. Lespay was extremely inebriated when the shooting took place. There was enough alcohol in his
Oh,
blood
alcohol.
to presume he had been drinking for hours before his death.
No,
Also
it was
managed to
probably
remove the bullet from his
the
heart.
alcohol that I
It's a
couldn't
36 caliber lead ball, standard revolver shot. It shouldn't be too
pronounce.
hard to match to a weapon.
Remember
provided
from the
you can
book.
find it.
I have found it.
Did you
Right,
notice
yeah.
anything unusual about the clothes Mr. Lespay was wearing?
Unusual? Not really. They seemed a bit big for him, but that's all.
His sister seemed convinced that they didn't belong to him.
That's a distinct possibility, but I couldn't say for sure. He could have just been a sloppy dresser.
I found this pistol at the scene of the Lespay crime. Did you take a look and see if it was used to murder him?
It's all slimy. Where was it?
Sitting at the bottom of a storm drain.
Oh, I suppose that's not as exciting as finding it inside someone's intestines. Did I ever tell you about that post-mortem, by the way?
No, I certainly don't want to hear about it now. How long will it take you to analyze that pistol?
I should have something conclusive within the hour, if you don't mind waiting.
No, it'll give me some time to gather my thoughts.
Right, I've concluded my analysis, and this gun was definitely used to shoot Mr. Lespay. The bullet I removed from his body is a perfect match.
Thank you, Edwards. That is extremely helpful.
There's one more thing. I cleaned off some of the muck and found the initials JB etched into the handle.
It's Jimbo's!
My expertise with guns is purely forensic, so I can't determine if this is the gun's maker or the initials of its owner. That's
Oh,
going to
no.
have to be your job.
I didn't want
Thank
it
you,
to be
Edwards.
Jimbo.
Help is always appreciated. I'll be going now, Edwards.
Take care,
Yeah, no,
Porter. And remember, not
I
everyone
can't
gets
guess
to
what
leave the morgue
happened, yeah.
alive, so consider
I haven't-
yourself lucky that you can.
quite decided. Oh, yeah, look! Cute. I like it. Maybe it was someone he knew. Maybe it's the old mortician. His skull. But I am thinking that it was probably Jimbo. But the thing I don't get is why he was wearing clothes that were different. Taxidermy shop or opium den? Let's go to the opium den first. Let's save as well. Oh, Murray. I thought that said penis. It said pears. P for pear! That would be a good one, wouldn't it?
Crisparkle Lane. Nothing crisp or sparkly about it. I wonder how many layers of advertisements you'd have to cut through before getting to the wall.
I always love that when I see them strip old billboards and there are things from the like 50s and stuff right at the back. Sounds too much like bear.
Yes? What do you want?
I was told this was the place to come if I wanted to ride the dragon.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so? Please, come in.
See, good thing we read that book. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the open den for, like...
Poor horse. That fellow in the armor must have weighed a ton.
I feel like we're gonna...
She's not gonna be much help right now. Best not to bother her. Now I see why they call it riding the dragon.
I'm worried we're gonna get inebriated.
Excuse me, I'm looking for a man by the name of Darius.
Well, look no further. Welcome, friend. Sit. Join me.
I'll stand, if that's all right. I was wondering if I could ask you a few questions.
Questions are the path
Just like
to
Sherlock
enlightenment.
Holmes.
Answers fly by as birds on the breeze. But will a caged bird sing? That is the true question.
Wonderful. He's as high as a kite. This is gonna be worse than pulling teeth.
Banter as a lady of leisure going on a shopping spree. I'm feeling flush with good cash. Shall we go to the taxidermist or the opium den first?
Hold my bags, Greg. Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. Does anyone own any taxidermy? I don't. I don't know how I feel about it. I think I would... I don't know. I think it would give me the heebies. I don't know. I don't know. I think it would give me the heebies. They're talking about the devil's lettuce, the dragon's lettuce. JC. Yeah. Would I put Suze on a shelf? I don't think I'd want to taxidermy her. I guess yeah, it's a... Yeah, I don't know how I feel about... Yeah, taking like a dead thing and making it into a... like an ornament to look at. I don't know. Saying that, like, you know, I eat meat. Oh, yeah. It was weird, not a fan. Yeah. Freaked me out when I was a little kid. Yeah, I don't know. I just... Yeah, something that the eyes make me uncomfortable. Like, I've seen taxidermy. We weren't asking about the
come to this
election.
establishment, Darius?
Oh, yes.
Right away.
This place is better than any doctor or hospital. It has exactly the cure I need.
Cure? For what?
I'm ill, sir. Just as you are. Just as we all are. Infected by a terrible disease known as life.
Oh, shit. I've
Speak
been
for yourself.
infected.
But spend a few hours in here with the intoxicating nectar of the poppy, and you'll find nothing can defeat you.
What can you tell me about the Silent Raven?
Ah, the Raven. My home away from home.
I would have thought that was this place. Unless this one is just the home.
Do you have many friends there? People you speak with often?
Yes, friends. I call them friends anyway, but really, what is a friend? Someone who drinks with you? Someone who shares secrets with you? Are those friends? My father used to tell me that the only two friends you had were your mother and the crown in your pocket.
Like, no, it's not even
both
his
of those
dad.
have
His
gone
dad
now.
told him,
So what
I'm
does
not
that
your
mean for
friend.
me?
Wow.
Don't know, sir. I'm just asking
Yeah.
about people you speak to.
Oh, I got so used to
The
petting that
barmaid,
ear. I wonder if you could
Nicole,
have
she
one
gets
like
mad at me
felted
sometimes
that is
when I break
similar.
things. But
Like I
she's
see
all right.
people getting their dogs, like a likeness of their dogs felted. So it's kind of like you get to pet them again. Yeah. You trust him because he's got good sideburns. I don't think he's the person that's killed him, so I'm quite.
Have you ever conversed with a patron called Singing Tom?
Singing Tom?
Yeah.
You mean old Tom Puffin?
I'm not sure. I was just told he was called Singing Tom and was a regular at the Silent Raven.
That's the man. I see him in here all the time.
In here, not just at the Raven?
Tom
P for
is a
Puffin.
child of the poppy, just as I am. He truly understands the world as it is.
Do you know where I might be able to find him?
Yes, he's the choir master at St. Denis Cathedral. That's where he spends his time when he's not here.
You mean to tell me we have to talk to another one of these loonies? Wonderful.
Okay.
Are
Let's
you
ask him
familiar
about
with a man
Ronan.
named Ronan Le Spay?
And then we'll
I
ask
know
him about the
many men.
election afterwards.
Some old, some young, some rich, some poor. Some I know by name, some by face. But this man you speak of, this Ronan, he is unfamiliar to me.
I have a ferrotype. Do you recognize him?
Forgive me, but my eyes are blurry. I cannot make out his features.
Well, he's useless,
Okay, not
isn't
super
he?
useful.
Too bad there's no way to snap him out of it, like there was with Dupre's kid.
You can get their fur felted as well.
Do you know anything about the murder outside
Like
the
their
Silent
actual
Raven
fur.
on election night?
Murder? Was it a murder?
It was. A man was shot in cold blood.
That would explain the commotion, as well as the sound.
Oh, so he
So you
was
heard the gunshot?
there.
I did. I thought it might have been one of the voting machines making a noise. But then there were shouts, and people began to run.
Did you see or hear anything before you heard the gunshot?
I seem to remember hearing a man shouting a name.
Okay.
Yes. It sounded like Priscilla.
Well, how about that? He's managed to be of some use after all. Assuming he's telling the truth, of course.
Priscilla.
And does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Afraid not, young man.
You should collect it there in a jar, and then put it in a Christmas ornament. That's what we've
Did
done
you
with Seven
manage to
Susan's
get out
fair.
here and vote?
She's obviously still
Please
here, but
don't bother me with such trivial matters. Why should I care who leads the government? As long as they don't outlaw places like this, they can do whatever they please.
Is this guy ignorant or just apathetic? Yeah, well, I don't know, and I don't care.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, young man. May you find peace and happiness.
yeah, I just thought it would be nicer to do while she was still here than when she was gone. The opium den's still open, so that suggests that we'll have to come back to it at some point.
Leave him be.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's anything else to
No,
look at.
At least they provide their clients with some measure of privacy.
Okay, well. I might pop around and just ask some people if they know anything about Priscilla. Yeah, come back for recreational use.
Hi, what do you need?
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Nope.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat.
Yeah.
Moment of your time, if I may.
Right, we'll make it quick.
I still don't care.
Do you know anyone named Priscilla?
Nah, that's not a name Cormac knows.
Frankly, I'm surprised it's not the name of one
Sure
of his
is
tools.
interesting, but I
Thanks
sure
for your
don't
time.
care.
I'll let you get back to your
Isn't
drink.
it? Maybe we've got to bring that one back. I try to reshuffle them regularly. Cathedral. I want to go see the sister again. See if she knows anyone called Priscilla.
Have you got
You know,
time
I've
for a
never
few
seen
more questions, Mrs.
Seinfeld.
Morgan?
I tend to
Yes,
get
of
it mixed up with Frasier.
Are you familiar with someone who goes by the name Jimbo?
No, I don't think so. Who is that?
A friend of Ronan's.
No, as I told you, I didn't know Ronan to have any friends.
Oh, he
I
did.
especially don't recall him mentioning anyone called Jimbo.
Back for more?
Thank you, Pixels. We've always got to have one staff
Did
one.
Ronan know anyone named Priscilla?
Priscilla? No, I never heard that name before.
On
How is
rotation.
she?
I'd
Just a
miss
name
him
that's
too
come up
much.
in my investigation.
I wonder if Ronan had finally met a young woman.
Oh, boy. Now you've done it.
Those are all the questions I have for now.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
I'm such a George. Is that a compliment? I hope it's a compliment. Feeling like George today. Let's go to the taxidermy shop.
Hello and welcome
Oh,
to the
wow.
Gripsholm Taxidermy Shop. Please let me know if I can be of service.
I wonder how many people it took to bring down this brute. There's a small button on the base.
Oh my god, I bet he moves.
Just when I thought I'd seen it all.
That's all he
What will I
does
think of
is
next?
that. I banned someone? Alright, I've been looking for a reason to ban Sack for a while. I want to... George, so George from Seinfeld. George. Sign. How do you... Seinfeld. Oh no, I think I look like George as well. I'm just looking at pictures. I think I see the resemblance. I see it. Yeah, Frasier's a radio psychiatrist. Oh, Seinfeld is a stand-up comic who hangs out with his sarcastic friends in New York. What was the show that Jadzia was on, Darth, that she left Deep Space to be on? Resemblements. Yeah, resemblements. Resemblements? I resemble George. Becca. Yeah, that one. Resemblance.
Reminds me of the one in the Dupre house, except that one actually looked alive. There's a small button on the base.
Welcome to the Gripsholm Taxidermy Shop. Please enjoy our displays and be sure to consider us for all your taxidermy
Who's Ted
needs.
Danson?
Just a reminder.
Has he been in anything that I recognize?
Exotic dead fauna from every other continent.
Oh my god, it's
You never
Cedric.
even need to leave
Who,
Vespuccia.
King Graham?
I thought owls were supposed to be wise. How'd this one let itself
In
end up on
Cheers.
display in a
Ah.
place like this?
Anything else that he's in I might recognize?
That leads into a room with even more dead things. It's such a shame we haven't the time
Oh yeah,
to stick around and
Cheers. Yeah,
explore.
yeah.
I was wondering if you might answer some questions.
Oh yeah, the good place.
course.
That's where
What can I
people
help
die, right? With the lady with the blonde hair, right? Tell me
How
about
did you
yourself.
get this job?
Oh, it isn't a terribly exciting story, I'm afraid. I just saw an ad in the Gazette for a clerk position. I never expected to learn so much about taxidermy.
I'm sure he's amazing conversation at parties.
Anything you can tell me about the shop?
Plenty! This is New Britannia's most sophisticated taxidermy shop. Unlike other taxidermists, we work with modern technology to get results they could only dream of.
What does that mean exactly?
Using steam tech, we are able to create the illusion of life in these beasts.
Maybe don't
Just
kill
take a look
them.
At our floor samples. The parrot and gorilla are two of our finest
You know,
works.
if
They
you
really
didn't
speak
kill
for
them,
themselves.
you wouldn't have
Well, the
to
parrot does, at least. I think it
put
would
steam
frighten our
inside them
customers
to
if
make
the
them
gorilla
seem
did too.
alive.
And once ethericity is
Oh
harnessed
yeah,
as a viable
inadvertently
source
sent to
of
heaven
energy,
due to
we'll get
administrative
even
error.
better results.
I've seen
This
clips
guy
of
is
it.
way too excited about
I've
bringing
seen clips
dead
of it,
things
Haley.
back to life.
Is it good?
Yes, fascinating. Moving on.
You know what I want to watch that I've been seeing a lot of clips of? I really want to watch The Nanny. I think it looks good. It seems like it's a nanny who goes to work for a very rich guy and he's got 3 kids. It is good. It's an amazing show. Watch it start to finish. It's a 20-year-old TV guide. Honestly, though, I never finished Monk. Yeah, that was the other like old show. It's because it got a little bit dark and a little bit thrillery for me. I stopped being able to watch it in the evening because it would it would give me nightmares and frighten me before I went to sleep. And that kind of cut out most of the time that I could watch Monk. Because, I'm not waking up in the morning and going, wow, do I ever want to watch Monk at 8 a.m.? So, yeah. Yeah, The Nanny. Yeah. An old classic. It looks like it's from the 90s. But I'm not sure. I've only seen clips and it seemed good.
I was told Ronan Lespay works here.
Oh, it is a romance? I was hoping
Yes,
it
of
was.
course. That is to say, I know he works here. I haven't had much interaction
Had
with
worked.
him. He mostly keeps
Past
to
tense.
himself.
He's dead.
Does he have an office or workspace I might have a look at?
Now, wait just a minute. Why would I let some random stranger off the street in to look at an employee's work?
Ex-employee.
Because I'm a private investigator and I'm trying to get some information.
Well, even if that is the case, I'm afraid you're out of luck. Ronan does have a workspace, but it's completely bare. He doesn't keep anything here.
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered 4 nights ago?
I had no idea. That's awful. What happened?
Okay, he
That's
seems
what I'm currently
genuinely
trying to find out.
surprised.
Do you know if Ronan had any enemies? Anyone who might want to do him harm?
No. As I said, I didn't speak with him much or know much about him. But now that I think about it, I did notice a strange man waiting around outside the shop a few days ago.
Okay. Tell me about the strange
Tell me about
man.
the strange man you saw.
At the time, I didn't think much of him. But the more I recall, the more I realized he was being very suspicious.
What did he do?
He just stood outside across the street, but he seemed to be focusing on the building. It was as though he was waiting for someone.
Do you remember what this man looked like?
I didn't get a very good look at him, but I do remember some things. He was tall and had a heavy build, like a boxer or a dock worker.
We know
He
that
had a
Jimbo
beard,
was
I
on
think,
boats.
Or mutton chops at the
Mutton
very least.
chops?
And as far as I can recall,
Okay.
he was wearing all black. He also had on some kind of cap.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't give you a better description, but that's all I was able to distinguish. My eyesight isn't very good, I'm afraid.
Oh, I thought I recognized him, Sack. Thought I recognized him. Let's ask him about the election.
Any thoughts on the recent election?
I'd really rather not talk about it.
Okay.
I don't know how the people of this country could put someone like Hart Leroy in
Ooh.
I know what you mean. Leroy may be a champion of the common man, but Atwood's vision for the future is more important right now.
I couldn't agree more. Leroy wants to forsake all the technological advances of the last decade and take us back to the Dark Ages. Next thing you know, he'll be bringing slavery back.
I doubt he'd go to such extremes.
Perhaps we should drop the subject. I get a bit passionate when it comes to these sorts of things.
Thank you for your help.
I'm here to serve.
Okay, thank you. Can I go in the back now? Or did he say there was fuck all here, didn't he? Right.
I don't think...
I think I'm done here. Let's go. Should we go to the Crimson Cat or the Cathedral? So the Cathedral is where the other opium den user is, and the cat is where Jimbo is. Should we save Jimbo for last? This is Tom Puffin.
Prayer candles?
1, 2,
People
3,
think
4,
lighting one of
6.
these is going to solve their problems. If only it were that easy. Also, what happens if they go out? Does that mean your prayer gets canceled?
Yeah, so what's
It's an
the...
important question.
What is the Jimmy Jam with prayer candles? The, what I thought candles were from were, I thought they were, you lit them in memory of somebody.
The more I think about it, the more I want to test my theory about prayers being
No, we're
canceled
not.
if the candles go out.
We're not putting one out. Oh my god. We could go and put them all out. We're not going to. That's really rude.
This looks like the nicer of the two angels. Now this is one intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing any suspicions.
Yeah, I've seen some clips of The Good Place, and it does look good.
What a
Does look kind of
racket.
fun.
I'm glad you're not a member of this
How
church.
bad
Sitting
is
through Sunday Mass
the
would
lady
drive me
that
insane.
is bad though? Like, is she kind of mildly bad, or is she kind of like?
I beg your pardon. Are you Tom
I
Puffin?
killed 69 old people.
I am.
I managed
How
to
may I
escape
help you?
hell.
Miles Fordham, private investigator.
Or is it kind
I
of
wanted to
like,
ask you a few
oh,
questions. Questions?
I
Have
just
I
didn't
done
take my
something
cart
wrong?
back at the
No, Mr. Puffin. I simply
supermarket?
believe you may have some information that I
Oh,
need.
fairly low level bad,
Very
okay.
well, then.
Okay, not a murderer, just a dickhead. Oh, I kind of like that. Oh, wow! Okay, I think we found Mr. Mutton Chops.
How did you become choir master of this church?
Oh, well, I studied music at the University of New Britannia. Once I completed my studies, I began writing symphonies in hopes of securing a
Yeah,
patron.
she was just a bit of
I
an
had
annoying
no luck,
dickhead. That's fair
so
enough.
I decided to focus on choral compositions. I sent a few pieces to the bishop, and he offered me the position.
And you enjoy it?
Oh, yes, sir, immensely. I'm able to continue composing songs for our choir, as well as teach music to our young members. I take my church duties very seriously.
What else do you do besides lead the choir?
Just a few things here and there, making sure the aisles and the pews are clean, tending to the prayer candles, and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Priscilla? What does that have to do with anything?
The name has come up in my investigation. Is it someone you're acquainted with?
No, it isn't.
We
I don't
should
know
interview
anyone
this
by
guy's
that
hair
name.
instead of the
You certainly
man.
seem concerned about her, though.
I don't want to bully him. I don't want to bully him. But they do look like 2 McDonald's chicken nuggets on the side. That I don't, they do just look a lot like some fried chicken just there. I don't want to be a bully. Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. No, well, what if Priscilla is like the name of the organ or something? Really past their use by date chicken nuggets. Or maybe chicken selects. Hair is sentient. He's just the hair is sentient and controlling his very being.
Do you recognize the man in this photo?
Is that? No. No, never mind.
What is it?
He
For a
seems really
moment,
sussy.
I thought it was someone else, but I was clearly mistaken.
So you don't recognize this person then?
Afraid not. Who is he?
His name is, or rather was, Ronan Lespay.
What? Is he dead?
He
is.
seems surprised.
I'm trying to find out who killed him.
Well, I hope you find your man, Mr. Fordham.
Okay, what were you up
What were
to?
you doing on election night, Mr. Puffin?
Election night?
He
That was
certainly looks
ages
like
ago,
someone who would
wasn't
be
it?
named
It
Mr.
was 4
Puffin.
nights ago, to be precise.
Oh, you have to understand. I have trouble recalling what
I
ate
play
for
my Blue
breakfast
Eyes
this
White
morning, let
Dragon.
alone what happened 4 nights ago.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Do try to remember, Mr. Puffin. it's quite important.
Well, I know I voted at my local polling place, the Silent Raven. And then, I'm not sure, actually.
Do you know anything about the murder outside the Silent Raven?
Murder?
Yes. a
He
man was
seems
shot.
really
Did
shocked.
you see or hear anything?
I don't remember. I don't think so, no.
So we know the gun
How
had
long were you at the Raven
JB
that
on it.
Not very long, I don't think. I went.
And we're a bit
voted,
pre-Justin Bieber,
stayed
so I don't
for
think
a
it could be
drink,
him.
and then I left.
Do you recall what you did the rest of the evening?
Not specifically. I probably went home and went to bed like
You
I
didn't
always
ride
do.
the dragon then?
Are you in the habit of using opium, Mr. Puffin?
What? Why would you think that?
I met your friend Darius. He told me you
It's the
share a
sideburns.
pastime.
All right, yes, I do enjoy a visit to the opium den from time to time.
From time to time? More like morning, noon, and night.
Well,
Have
that's
you found
3
the drugs had
times,
any
Bill.
adverse effects? Memory loss, for example.
I admit I'm not quite as quick as I used to be, but without it, I'm in constant pain.
Oh.
Is that right?
I fell off a horse when I was 15, and ever since then, my back's not been right. The doctors haven't been able to help. Poppy is my only comfort. I wish there were another way.
It might be worth seeking a more professional opinion about the effects of opium.
Is opium it must be a painkiller. Yeah, because opiate, like morphine and stuff is an opiate. Yeah.
So, what do you think of the election results?
All right, the election. Who won?
Leroy. He beat Atwood by a significant margin.
Oh, I suppose that's good. I think I may have voted for him, but I'm not sure.
I'll let you resume your practicing, Mr. Puffin.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Opium.
What a racket. I'm glad you're not a member of this church. Sitting through Sunday Mass would drive me insane.
This sounds nice. What do you mean? What? I think it sounds alright.
Now this is one intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing any suspicions. Now you won't be...
Okay, well, that's good. Unless he... Hang on, let's just stand and watch him for a minute and see whether he looks away at any point. I don't need an opium addiction as well. Maybe that's what they put in my mayonnaise. That's why I keep eating it. Let's just go and see whether I've got any new questions for this gentleman. And then we'll go to the cat.
I have a few more questions.
I'm listening.
I was wondering if you could tell me whether you saw a certain man at the Raven on election night. He's tall, of strong build, with a beard
Oh,
and
I
mutton
don't know,
chops,
Haley.
dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Lots of people like that go to the Raven. I see loads of them every night. But now that you mention it, I do remember someone like that. He was a strange one.
How so?
I remember one of the times he came in, he was adjusting his hat. I could have sworn when he took it off for just a moment, his hair was bright red.
So we have two mutton chop.
Because his beard was jet black. It was the oddest thing I'd
interesting.
seen. Well, it was the oddest thing I'd seen. Until his beard slid halfway down his face.
Fake mutton chops.
Well, thank you for the information.
Wonderful. This testimony is about as useful as a hole in the head.
Fake mutton chops, okay.
There might be something to it.
I was
Goodbye,
ready
sir.
to blame
Goodbye,
Mr.
man.
Puffin.
May you find peace and happiness.
I was ready to hand in the chicken nugget. Mutton chop. Okay, it's not much help. Let's see if you've got anything else to say to me. I'm leaving
Nothing
the
yet.
cat until I've spoken to everybody. Let's go and ask about mutton chops.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi.
I was given the physical description of a man, and I was wondering if you might recognize him.
And
if
we
I
still
told
don't know
you.
who Priscilla is.
Go on then.
He's tall, of strong build, with a beard or mutton chops, dressing all in black and possibly wearing a cap.
Bit vague, wouldn't you say? That covers about half our clientele.
I was afraid that might be the case. Did you notice anyone of that description here on election night?
No. Can't say I did, sorry.
Okay.
I appreciate
Yeah.
Yeah.
moment of your time.
Why did mutton chops go out of fashion? Well, Wolverine wears mutton chops, and I think they look okay.
I wonder if you could tell me if you saw a man of this description at the Silent Raven on election night. He's tall, strong build.
I think they look
with a
okay if they're
beard or mutton
short.
chops, dressing all
I was
in
trying to
black
convince
and
Greg
possibly
to
wearing a cap.
grow mutton chops.
hi.
Short ones.
Cormac remembers seeing a fella like that.
Oh.
What was he doing?
Kept going in and out of the bar. When he was inside, he stood near the voting booths, hardly moving a muscle.
Okay.
And when he was outside?
That, Cormac couldn't say.
Did you notice anything else about him?
Yes, Cormac noticed him come in and speak with Nicole, the barmaid, after the commotion
After.
outside.
Is that right?
So Nicole lied. Interesting.
Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to your drink. Excuse me. You know that description I gave you earlier of the tall man in black?
Yeah, what about it?
I spoke with Cormac, and he told me he saw you speaking with someone.
Describes
fitting that
almost
description
everyone in
shortly
here, but
after the
I didn't
murder
see any
occurred.
of them.
And
None of
you
them.
believed him? Cormac's a good sort, but he's not exactly reliable.
I don't know.
I'd say
He's
twice
never
as
told a lie
reliable
so
as you
far.
are. Now tell me the truth,
Oh
or
my
I'll have you
God.
in as an accomplice to murder.
All right, relax.
Oh, wow.
I don't know the man by name.
I don't think
but
we
he
could
came
legally
to
do
my
that because
attic
we're only a
promotion
private
outside
investigator.
And paid me a few crowns to keep my mouth shut
Oh.
about it. I didn't ask any more questions, and I wasn't about to refuse some extra cash. That was that, I swear.
That's not good enough. I need some way to find this man. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Well, I did notice he had a scar on his left cheek. Kind of looked like a shepherd's crook. But that's all,
Okay.
really.
Suppose that'll have to do.
Oh, why not,
Taking the time
Urban?
to chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised actually that Hugh, what's his name? Hugh? No. What's the guy that plays Wolverine? I was about to say Hugh Grant, but he's the Oompa Loompa from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It is. It'll come to me. I'm not looking at chat. Robert. No, Robert doesn't seem right. He's Australian. His name kind of sounds like Hugh, though, I think. Is it Hugh? He was in Les Mis. Hugh Jackman! Oh! It was Hugh Jackman. Not Hugh Grant.
I don't think he'll be.
I think they should maybe ask Hugh Grant to try Wolverine. Okay, let's go.
Call me old-fashioned, but I've always felt the piano should be played by an actual human. These automated ones just don't have any soul.
Get it popular on TikTok. Yeah, that could be the mutton chop TikTok dance.
This place has been around for quite some time. That well-dressed feline is red.
Beg your pardon. Your name wouldn't happen to be Jimbo, would it?
Yeah? Who's asking?
Miles Fordham, private investigator.
Can
He's wearing a
guy
cap.
enjoy his shore leave without being harassed by the law? I've done nothing wrong.
I didn't say you had, and I'm most certainly not the law. I just want to ask you a few questions.
All right, fine.
He's got mutton chops. But I don't know if he's got red hair. And he doesn't have the scar either.
Where does the name Jimbo come from?
It's just a nickname. My real name's James Bowcroft.
And what is it you do?
That's
I'm
on
a
the
sailor.
gun.
I thought you detective types were supposed to be extra
Lovely
observant.
mutton chops.
Shouldn't you be able to tell me what my occupation was just by looking at my fingernails or something?
Sorry to disappoint. Perceptiveness is important in my line
Yeah,
of work,
no
but
fake
I'm also
beard.
just a man.
But I don't
Perhaps
think we've
Jimbo
met
has been
anyone
reading
who's
too many of those
ginger,
detective
have we?
stories in Brentwood.
Will Badger kill again? Yes. Yes, definitely, Haley.
You know Ronan the Spey?
I knew him, yeah.
Knew him?
He and I haven't spoken recently. In about
Okay.
a month, actually. Things didn't go so well last time.
How do you mean?
Let's just say we didn't
Was the
part on
victim
best of
red-haired?
terms. He made it very clear that he didn't want to speak to me again.
Thank you.
You're
Hang
welcome.
on. Was the victim red-haired? Yeah, is who we're being a young, unremarkable-looking man. So I don't know. He probably doesn't have a scar or anything. Large build like a boxer or dock worker, has a beard or mutton chops, was dressed all in black, wore a cap, had red hair and a scar in the shape of a shepherd's crook on his left cheek. Yeah, but he didn't have the scar, I'm sure we'd say.
All right, fine.
Unless his mutton chops are fake and the scar.
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes, that's my ship, the SS Priscilla.
I see. Did Ronan know about it?
Of course. He always used to ask me to bring him back some exotic souvenir.
Okay.
Were you aware that Ronan was murdered?
What? No, when? What
Oh,
happened?
he seems
He was
upset.
shot outside a tavern in Chumley 4 nights ago.
We know they loved each other,
What
or
was
at
he
least
doing
Ronan.
there?
I was hoping perhaps you could tell me.
I
Loved
honestly
him.
don't know. Ronan hardly went out, and he especially
Doesn't
never
seem so
crossed the
upset
river.
anymore,
Why
though.
was that?
I think he was just too scared
like,
of the world to go out and
oh
see it
no.
for himself. He was happy enough
Anyway.
reading about it in his books or collecting things I brought him back from my travels. Honestly, that's what I liked most about him. He was just an average, boring man. It was just the sort of balance I needed in my life.
That's pretty much the exact same reason I always enjoyed working with you, Miles.
Yeah, can I remove your mutton chops, please? Just start pulling on them.
You and Ronan had a special relationship, didn't you?
Mr. Fordham, we're in an underground club. You don't have to tap dance around it. Yes, Ronan and I were a couple. At least up until last month.
What happened, if you don't mind me asking?
We had a misunderstanding. Ronan thought I had been seeing someone else.
Who?
He was extremely jealous. I
Who?
tried to explain that
Was
he
it
had
someone
all wrong, but he
with
wouldn't
a
hear me
scar
out.
on his
I
cheek?
was going to give him some time to cool off, but
And fake
well,
mutton chops.
that's not going to happen now, is it?
Because maybe
It's any
that guy was
consolation.
wearing...
Found a letter you wrote him, which he still kept in his desk.
Damn.
the mutton
Thank you
chops
for telling me that.
to make it seem like it was him. I don't think it was him.
Do you have any opinions about the recent election?
Not really. I'm usually way at sea,
Oh my
so
God.
I don't keep up with politics.
I just
The
love
sea's
how
got her own
out of pocket ask people
Anyway, I
that.
can't vote, so it's really none of my concern.
But you're still affected by the decisions the Prime Minister makes.
Not very fair, is it, Mr. Fordham?
No, I suppose it isn't. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Ooh.
Miles, have
You
you
could,
ever noticed that this Jimbo fellow fits the
put it in a
description of the
sandwich,
man
Darth.
loitering outside the taxidermy shop? The barmaid told us she saw someone matching that description at the Raven on election night. Not only that,
But they also
Priscilla
paid.
just so happens to be the name of the ship Jimbo works on. And the pistol used to murder Ronan has the initials JB etched on it. It could be a coincidence, but I think it's quite reasonable to consider him as a suspect.
Yeah, I think he's a suspect, but I don't think he did it.
He won't have...
Maybe it was his fucking sister. Like fake mutton chops.
You got
What if
time
it was
for a
his
few more
sister?
questions, Mrs. Morgan?
Yes, of course.
Does she have red hair? Is that red hair?
Those are all.
All right.
No, they said bright red.
She...
Hmm. They removed it 2 months ago. Not very summery, I suppose. Do they rotate the menu?
Let's not stick around. She...
I've never tried mutton before.
Pardon me, Edwards.
Yes?
Edwards, you know much about the effects of opium?
Quite a great deal, unfortunately. It's all the rage these days. Most people use it to calm the nerves or relieve pain, but it's highly addictive and has numerous adverse effects.
Such as?
It depends, really. Most common are sweating, nausea, memory loss, or blurred vision.
Oh, what about a
But more
bap?
serious cases can lead to
Darth.
hallucination, violent mood swings, coma, or
Like a
even
bap.
death. I just had a case in here a few weeks ago who
The
died
bread.
from an opium overdose. It wasn't
Okay.
pretty.
Doesn't sound like it. Thanks for the information, Edwards.
Anytime.
I'll be
Have
going
we
now,
maybe
Edwards.
considered
Fordham.
BAP? BAP. Have we maybe considered that he killed himself?
Can we talk for a moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Upton, I need you to put out a bulletin. There's someone I need found.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know his name. I only have a description.
All right, I'll need to ask you a few questions.
Mm,
Could
I
you
maybe
describe
it
the
like
man's
slipped
height
out of his
and
hand.
build?
He's tall, with a large build.
All right. What color is his hair?
Red.
I'm certain it's red.
All right. Do you know of any unique details that might make him easier to identify?
Distinct scar.
Yes, he has a scar on his left cheek in the shape of a shepherd's crook.
Good. That will be helpful. All right, I'll put out the bulletin. Give me a moment. All right, the bulletin is out. I'll let you know if...
Upton? Just got your bulletin.
Hello, Giles. Have you got something for me?
As a matter of fact, I've got someone in the jail fitting your description perfectly.
You don't say.
Yup. Name's Harvey Presser. Got picked up a couple of days ago.
Thank you, Giles. You heard the man, Fordham. You've got yourself someone to interrogate over at Bow Street.
For me, a BAP is a bit different than a bread roll because we've got bread rolls here. For me, a BAP is larger, flatter, and squishier. Oh, you think it's small, Rooks? I'd say a BAP was like this big. If I was to buy a BAP, that's how large I would expect it to be. Honestly, I've got no idea who I think is the killer.
Fordham, you look even worse than the last time I saw you.
We can't all manage to keep looking as good as you, Giles.
What brings you back?
I could make a BAP
I'm
centered.
looking to speak with your prisoner.
Presser? I just got off the horn with Upton about him. Seems you're not the only one interested in finding the man.
Then I suppose it's lucky I got here first.
Suppose so.
For me, a
What was
BAP is a
brought in
bit
for
flatter,
exactly?
Pixels.
He's the
Like
suspected
round
leader
but
of a
flat.
cooping gang. Makes me glad I didn't bother
Squishy.
to vote. All those dirty politics are just a waste of time.
And people wonder why nothing in Parliament ever changes.
It's got to be the right size to fit chips in it so that you can all have a chip butty.
Harvey Presser, I presume.
Ooh, a
Who's
brioche
asking?
bun.
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
I
What
always
do you
feel
want from
so
me?
about
Just a few
brioche
minutes
buns.
of
I
your
think
time.
sometimes they can be a bit
You
too
don't have
sweet.
anywhere to be, do you?
Hardy ha. Ask what you want, but I'm not answering anything until I see a lawyer.
There we go.
I hear you were arrested for leading a cooping gang. Is that right?
I don't have to tell you a thing. You're not a copper.
Yeah, BAP. Like, why the fuck were we talking about
Do you
BAPs?
recognize the man in this ferrotype?
Should I?
His name is Ronan Lespay. He was shot outside the Silent Raven on election night.
That's a real shame.
Have you never tried a BAP, Digits? A cob. Yeah, small crusty. Yeah. They're the ones that cut up your mouth when you eat them.
Are you saying you know nothing about
I've
the
seen them
murder
upside
outside
down.
the Silent Raven on election night?
Not a thing. I've never even heard of the Silent Raven.
Is that right? Because I've spoken to at least 3 people who swore they saw you there that night.
Yeah, and you're not police, so that doesn't scare me. You can't do a thing about it.
This guy's starting to get on my nerves. There has to be a way to make him talk.
That's all the questions
I mean,
have
I'll
for
just
now.
accuse him of
Good.
murder,
Leave me
if
in
not.
peace.
No point. He's what?
Right, shall we ask people about him? What was his name? Harvey Presser?
Leave him be.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, because the fish is horribly expensive now. Yeah. Fish and chips used to be such good value. Like, oh, it used to be so cheap.
Let's not stick. She.
And now it's very expensive. I mean, even the chips are very expensive as well. Yeah.
It won't be much.
Yeah, I mean, all takeaways have gotten really expensive. Yeah. We just
won't have
really
any-
like bread. Lobster used to be an ultra cheap food. You fed prisoners who weren't happy about it. Chips. Chip
Can we
or
talk for a
chimp?
moment, Upton?
Certainly. What's on your mind?
Chimp. Yeah, I guess it just does sound very
Upton,
similar.
what do you have on this Harvey
Chip,
Presser
chimp.
fellow?
Give me a moment, and I'll locate the arrest report. Here we are. He was picked up in a bar in Chumley after being identified as the leader of a cooping gang by one of his fellow gang members.
Oh.
So much for loyalty.
What
Anything else about him?
gang
Not much
member?
besides his address.
That might be worth looking into.
It's 5885 Riverview Road. right near the asylum.
Ah, wonderful. Maybe afterwards you can drop by and pick out a room.
That's great real estate. Yeah, do you know,
I'll let you get back to work.
interestingly,
And you'd better do the same.
breadsticks are different in America than they are here. In the UK, a breadstick is a really dry, long piece of bread, like really dry, kind of biscuit. Or cookie texture, like really dry. And in America, it's basically a miniature baguette, right? Was that gang member's house? Ah, there we go.
Just a moment. Yeah? What do you want?
Ooh, she doesn't look like the type to take any guff. Better watch yourself, Miles.
I'm a private investigator, and I wanted to ask you a few questions.
Private investigator? What
I
is
should have
this
saved
about?
before we did
I
this.
promise I won't take up much of your time.
All right, come in. But try and keep it down. My daughter isn't feeling well, and I don't want her being disturbed.
Yeah, the dry breadsticks taste quite nice, dipped in stuff.
She doesn't look so good. A man's coat. Seems Harvey wasn't expecting to be out for very long.
Yeah.
Some of those modern steam cleaners.
Vacuums?
If they use them in this place, they clearly aren't worth a damn.
Either that or they're stolen.
Presumably
not
that
to,
goes into
you
the
know,
presser's bedroom.
start accusing.
Or it might be a closet. Or both. Seems to be a notice from the bank threatening to foreclose on this place if they're late on their rent payment again. No
Well,
wonder Harvey's
nice that
taking
they
a
put it
second
on
job.
their fireplace. Alright.
It seems peasant soup is on the menu tonight.
Mrs. Presser?
Yeah, what?
Why is she's so cranky that I'm talking to her? She let me in.
So what do you do while your husband's away?
Hang on there. What are you playing at? I'm a married woman.
I merely wanted to know a bit more about you, that's all. I meant no disrespect.
Is that your game? Asking innocent ladies about themselves so you can have your way?
She doesn't have to worry about being mistaken for innocent, that's for sure.
No, you know what? Just forget I said anything.
I don't ask about your daughter
Is your
now.
daughter all right?
She's just come down with a bit of something. This stew I'm making will put her right again.
Ah,
I've been giving her
peasant
regular
stew.
doses of Pink Bladder's Miracle Tonic, too. I'm sure she'll be back to tearing the house down again in a matter of days. Ticks after her father, that one.
You know a man named Ronan Lespay?
Never heard of him.
And you've never seen the man in this ferrotype?
Nope. And I'm glad I haven't. Looks like a real pushover.
What does your husband do
Fucking
for a
rude.
living, Mrs. Presser?
Harvey? He's a traveling salesman. Sells steam-powered cleaners like the ones in the corner there.
Oh?
Okay.
Doesn't make much money on account of most people being afraid of steam tech these days. But Harvey tries his best to provide for me and little Mary. He's a good man. The job takes him out of town for days at a time, but we get by.
And that's all he does?
What are you asking?
Taking innocent peasants.
You know
No,
something I
just the
don't?
non-innocent
no, not
ones.
at all. I was just curious.
Here we just the
Oh, look,
criminal
another husband keeping
peasants.
secrets from his wife. There are a copper a dozen around here, it seems.
Are you pleased with the election results?
Yeah, I'm glad that no-good high muckamuck Outwood was voted out. Maybe now they can finally get to work on that bridge to Gascon we've been promised for so long.
But won't Leroy's opposition to steam tech be bad for your husband's business?
Maybe, but Harvey's always managed to land on his feet. If it comes down to it, I'm sure he'll be able to find a new
Okay.
job in no time. I was never too keen on him selling those contraptions anyway. It'll be a relief to get them out of the house.
I don't have any more questions.
Oh,
for you, Mrs.
we
Presser.
can threaten the
Good.
guy with his wife and kids. Right, I see. I see what's going to get that guy in prison to talk to us. Hello. I just met your wife.
A few more questions for you, Mr. Presser.
Whatever you say.
I had a little chat with your wife. You have a lovely family.
Mildred? How did you...
Mildred?
I may not be with the police anymore, but that doesn't mean I can't still get the information I need.
You didn't tell her about me being in jail, did you?
Not yet.
Don't worry. It was quite obvious your wife has no idea what you're involved in. As a man who values discretion, I thought it best not to shatter her illusions.
Oh no, you have to threaten him.
Decent of you.
Of course, I might change my mind, unless you start to cooperate.
I have to say, Miles, you've become a real natural at this tough cop role.
Thank you, Lars.
All right,
Good morning.
fine. I'll talk. Just leave my family out of it.
Alright.
Is this your first time in jail?
Yeah, actually. Suppose you think I'm just some criminal scum, born for the gibbet? I'm not a bad man, Mr. Fordham. I just made some mistakes. You've met my family. I'd do anything for them. Anything.
Oh,
I
man.
suppose no good deed goes unpunished.
You can say that again.
Lads, do we think he was the murderer?
Do you recognize the man in this ferrotype?
Yes, I do. That's Mr. Lespay.
And how is it you know him?
I was assigned to watch him and then pick him up on election night.
Assigned? By whom?
What are you picking him up for?
Employer. I'd really rather not name names, Mr. Fordham.
I don't care about your employer. What I care about is what you were doing.
I mean,
with
I
Mr.
do,
Lespay.
but I'm nosy.
Well, it was a cooping scheme. He was one of the people I was told to pick up.
What is that, lads? What kind of scheme is that? Oh, I mean, maybe he'll tell me.
Tell me more about this cooping scheme.
I got paid to find men to vote for Atwood.
Oh.
Simple, really. Once I found a good mark, I followed him a bit,
Righty.
knocked him out, then took him to the coop, a little room I rented
Oh
near
my
the
God.
Raven. I had about 5 men on election night, including Lespay. Got them all liquored up and walked them over to the polls. Once each of them voted, we'd walk back over to the coop. I'd change their clothes, maybe give them a fake beard, and walk back for another vote. Did it for myself, too, so
Oh.
people would be less likely to notice. Kept it up for a few hours, until the murder.
Right. I see. So he was getting fake votes. I mean, it doesn't seem very efficient, does it? Because there's, what, thousands and thousands of people in this city. It just doesn't seem... I thought I voted for the other guy, Homer. Didn't I? Did I vote for the other guy? Well, who did I vote? I don't even know who I voted for now. Yeah, it just feels like that even if you had 10 people, I mean, I guess you could get an extra few hundred votes. I don't remember.
Tell me what you know about the murder outside the Silent Raven.
The most important thing I can tell you is that I didn't kill him.
Well, that's fucking suspicious.
Not a clue. I was inside the bar when I heard the gunshot. I went outside to see what had happened and found Lespay on the sidewalk.
So that's why he was wearing the different clothes.
What do you think? I panicked. He was in my care. I wasn't expecting anyone to get killed.
I think Mr. Presser has a wildly different definition of the word care.
I went inside and gave the barmaid 10 crowns to keep her mouth
Okay,
shut.
that's true.
Clearly, that was money misspent. Then I went back home, told my wife I was going away on a business trip for a few days, just in case. Good thing I did, too. I might get out of this with her none the wiser.
I just...
What makes
None
you
of
so
them
sure they'll let you
feel
out?
like they killed
Me,
him.
I'm just a small fish, but I could talk and talk about whales. That's valuable information.
Quite the shrewd negotiator, this one. I think his skills have been wasted.
That's all the questions I have for now.
Good. Leave me in peace.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not like they're, Yeah, okay. I get it. I mean, just none of them seem that suspicious. Am I... He is. He is doing illegal things.
Just a moment.
My
Oh,
favorite
it's you
fish and chips
again.
used to be.
Come in.
Oh, is it a burger place? Where I felt surprisingly at
I think
home
we've
at New
tested her enough.
York.
Best leave her to her cooking.
Was it in a specific food place, Darth, in New York? Nah, you know, like fish and chips were like great. I remember, yeah, getting fish and chips as like a treat on a weekend night. I remember going down there with my dad, and he'd go in, get the fish and chips, and then I'd travel back home with it on my lap. And it smelled so good. Maybe go back to the bakery.
You got time for a few more?
Yes.
Those are all the questions I have for now.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
Yeah, because Jimbo... I don't think it was Jimbo. He seemed genuinely shocked, but then he didn't seem that sad that he died. He kind of like, you know, yeah, I'm sad about it, but anyway, kind of thing.
It's in another. No time.
Hey, Rev. Good morning.
Ronan wasn't too concerned with comfort. A model of the SS Joondalup. Looks like a merchant vessel to me.
I don't feel like it's that guy either. The one with the red hair. I mean, we'll go see Chicken Nugget. Where's Chicken Nugget? See whether he's got anything to say.
It won't be much more.
No, not helpful.
Now this is one intriguing chest. If only we could search it without arousing any suspicions.
Oh! Okay, I've got an idea. We're gonna be bad people.
Well, that's all of them. Hope you made a wish.
Now we go tell him that his candles are out.
Could I have another moment of your time, Mr. Puffin? Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chicken Nugget.
It seems that all the prayer candles have gone out.
Have they? Blast, I keep saying there's a draft, but nobody's done anything about it. Excuse me for a moment, won't you?
Let's hope this chest hasn't got squeaky hinges.
Dearest Ned, your last letter made me giggle with delight. I just cannot stop dreaming of the day we can finally make our dreams come true and live together as man and wife. I think it would be just the most splendid idea to get a puppy. I've already begun thinking of names. How does waffle sound? All my love, P. How does he know which ones are lit? I bet he just guesses, sect.
Could I have another moment of your time, Mr.
A fedora
Puffin?
and a trench coat, Tetsu.
Yes. Do you know anyone named Ned?
Ned? Well, yes, I do. My nephew, Ned Bunkridge.
Your nephew?
Yes? Why do you ask?
Where might I find Ned? I'd like to speak with him.
Is everything all right? Ned hasn't gotten into any trouble, has he?
Do you think Ned
Always
has the
tell him
family
just
chicken
because he's
nuggets?
training his body, that's no excuse to pick fights.
No, he hasn't gotten into any trouble.
Oh, well, he lives in Lyon. 5'11",
Okay.
ox
He's
side
definitely not in
terrace.
trouble.
Right. Thank you for the information.
Wagatha.
I'll let you resume.
Thank you.
Let's go to see Ned. I always think that if we hadn't have named Suze when we first got her, like, you know, if we had more time to ruminate on her name, I think Duchess would have been a good name for her.
Right this way, sir.
Because
Mr.
she's
Buckridge
such
is
a
in his gymnasium.
particular, like,
Well, you take a look at this place.
bossy lady.
Take a look at him. Maybe you should consider doing some training yourself, Miles. You aren't getting any younger after all. What in the ether is that supposed to be? Looks like some kind of medieval torture device. And again, so does most of this newfangled exercise equipment.
So I guess in the hand of the Baskervilles Rooks.
This seems to be where Ned keeps his extra equipment. And
Sorry, I think I just
assorted
got
other
something in
garbage.
my eye.
They don't look that heavy to me. Oh, look, maybe you can
Let's see you
put these
pick
on
them
and go
up,
a couple
Bill.
of rounds
Oh
with
wait,
Ned.
you can't.
If that's his
'cause you're
best right
dead.
hook, he'll be a pushover. And after that expert knockout you delivered Officer Grant,
Is my dog
he won't stand a
Alan?
chance.
Yeah, I love people names. Same. Schmoush, the same.
Some kind of
Yeah.
martial art?
Or
Doesn't
Kevin.
look like any I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Just when I thought I'd seen it all. What will they think of next?
Excuse me, Mr. Bunkridge?
Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm Miles Fordham, a private investigator. Your valet let me in.
Right, of course.
Now it looks like he's wearing a
What
shirt.
can I do for you?
I have a few questions for you, if you'd be so kind.
Yes, all right.
Oh,
I
a
could use a bit of
food?
a rest anyway.
Oh, Peach, yeah. This is a princess name and it's a food. I like Peach. Did you get her like a peachy collar as well?
You're very into physical conditioning, aren't you?
Oh, you noticed.
Red hair or
Yes,
brown?
I believe that a
What
healthy
do you think?
body is just as important as a healthy mind, if not more so.
Well, he's definitely prioritizing the former.
It's
Brown?
important to keep fit, especially at a job like mine where I'm in a chair most of the day.
What job is that?
I'm a clerk at the Bank of Vespuccia, but someday I hope to leave and teach others about the health benefits
Just like
of
the other
regular
guy in the
exercise.
other
Perhaps even
case
open
we
up
did.
my own gymnasium.
Bacon.
You actually
Number
think people are gonna
57.
Go for that. Good luck to him.
Did you call them Heinz for short? Oh. Barney and Frodo. Frodo's such a good name for a dog. Such a good name. I think Lord of the Rings names are quite fun. Like, oh, you could have Bilbo. Gimli. Pink collar. God, Zelda. Ah. You're slowly amassing Smash Brothers characters. Who's next, Tetsu?
Does the name Priscilla mean anything to you?
Yes,
Tree
yes,
bird?
it most certainly does. My lady love is named Priscilla Poundstone.
Her name's
See, what can you tell me about her?
Oh, she's a
Priscilla
darling.
Poundstone.
I love her very much. Such a kind and gentle soul she is too. Loves animals, especially
I think
dogs.
Priscilla's the
We've
murderer.
been together for ages and are due to be married soon.
When was the last time you saw her?
Saw her? Oh, no, Mr. Fordham. She doesn't live in New Britannia. She attends
think-
Miss Threadneedle's Academy for Young Ladies in Cormorant.
She lives in New Holland?
That's right. I've never actually met Priscilla face to face. We communicate exclusively
Oh,
through correspondence.
Is Priscilla
How
a
did you two get involved?
catfish?
Her father and mine were old military friends. They decided between them that their children would be engaged.
Oh,
both in
okay, so
agreement?
we know that she's
Yes.
real.
I admit at first I was
Sure.
a bit hesitant, but we share many of the same interests. The distance between us is not a detriment to our love.
I wonder how that will change once they actually begin cohabiting.
Hmm.
So you correspond regularly with
Yeah, why
Priscilla.
did his uncle
That's
have
right.
it?
At least one letter a week. My uncle does me the kindness of acting as courier.
Do you think I might have a look at one of those letters?
What for? They're private correspondence.
I understand, but I feel this is important. Perhaps you could show me one that isn't too personal.
Yes, I suppose that would be
They
all
named all
right.
the computers
In
Lord of the
fact,
Rings names.
I think there's a
That's
recent one on
fun.
the shelf there.
That's
not
fun.
too
Do you guys name your
But you won't
computers
need to
anything?
take it,
Like,
will you?
in general?
Not at all. I just want to have a look.
Ruin and preservation.
Tell me about your
What
uncle.
if they fight
You know
together?
Tom?
I've met him, yes. He's the one who told me where you lived.
Oh, right.
He's a
well, my
blabbermouth.
uncle is an interesting man.
Is that an interesting of the good or bad variety?
I really wish he would take better care of himself is all. I have the feeling that he's
Sorry, I
on
was-
some sort of drug, although he always denies it.
Opium.
What
No,
gives
no,
you
he's
that
on
impression?
opium.
Well, most of the time he acts completely normal. He goes to work, visits with me. Sometimes we go out together to the theater or a gallery. But some days his mood changes. He goes very solitary, won't leave his house, gets short
No,
with
I
me.
haven't lost.
One
I know
time
lots
went
of
to visit
people
him,
name their
I heard
cars.
him yelling along with what sounded like furniture being knocked about. It only happened once, but it worried me. I hope Tom isn't in any sort of trouble.
Okay,
Opium is
so
one hell of
Mr.
a drug.
Puffin
Good
is
thing
a
you
little
never got
bit
to that point
violent
with the soporific,
sometimes.
or Adelaide would have thrown you out much sooner.
Are you all right, Mr. Fordham?
Yes, I'm fine.
What? Too soon?
It's called Dancer because it's a laptop. Is that after the... Oh my god, because it's a laptop, because it's Lap Dancer. I thought you would name it after one of the reindeer. Yeah. Archimedes, that's a good name. What about Petulance, Rooks, rather than Flatulence? Something a little bit more classy. Isabel says naming your car is silly.
Could you give
dear.
me Tom's address?
You don't have it?
How is
I thought
Isabel
you said you'd
doing?
spoken with him.
I visited him at the cathedral.
But if he's there, why do you want his address?
Well,
I have reason to believe he may be somehow involved in a murder.
That's a serious accusation, Mr. Fordham. What proof do you have?
Nothing concrete just yet, which is why I'd like to investigate his home.
Well, you're not the police, so I'm not obligated to tell you. I'm sorry, but you'll need more than just a suspicion to convince me.
okay. I just want to look.
He interests me. I'd like to look at his things.
He interests you.
Yes, choirmaster, musician. He seems a very intriguing fellow. You said so yourself.
And how will going to his apartment and looking at his things help you?
I'll get to know him better.
You're an odd man, Mr. Fordham. I don't think I'll be giving you that address.
All right.
In fact, maybe you should just...
Ah, wonderful.
I'm gonna have to load, lads. I have to load for Ned. Shit.
Right this way.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that wasn't great, because then he
Excuse
kicks
me,
us out.
Oh,
I'm
right.
I have.
Yes.
Okay.
You're.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
What job?
I'm a... But...
Does the name?
Yeah, my... Oh, so we...
Her, and
Yeah, but...
I wonder how that.
So you,
That's right. My uncle.
do you think?
What for?
I understand.
In fact, I think there's a reason...
Oh, there's one on the
but you
shelf.
only-
Okay.
Not at all. Tell me about.
You know... Oh, well...
Is-
Well, but one time... It only...
Opium is.
You all...
What?
Are you familiar with a man named Ronan Lespay?
Never heard of him.
Well, stay away from asking for his
Do
address.
you recognize him?
No. I've never seen this man before, but...
But
How about that?
How about what?
The detail in this ferrotype is a bit fuzzy, but his facial features and hair, they vaguely resemble mine.
You know, now that he mentions it, it's true. Lespay does bear a passing resemblance to this fellow. Not quite as handsome, though.
oh no. What if the uncle has fallen in love with Priscilla and he tried to kill his nephew, but killed that other guy instead?
So, you know nothing about the murder outside the Silent Raven 4 nights ago?
That's right. I don't even know what the Silent Raven is.
It's a bar in the Chum.
Well, that explains it. For one thing, I don't go to that part of town. A man like me sets foot in that den of ruffians, and I'll have every Tom, Dick, and Harry challenging me to a fight. Not that I couldn't take them, but I have better ways to train my body than beating thugs. Anyway, I don't drink. Dulls the mind and softens the body.
I see. Well, just thought I'd ask.
I'm sorry I can't help you, Mr. Fordham, but I hope you solve whatever it is you're
Yeah, I think it was a wrong
You
target.
seem like a nice enough sort.
I won't
Thanks
ask
for your
him about the
Not a
election. Dearest Ned, I was so happy to receive your last letter. Things are going well here. I'm due to begin my next course within the week. How are things with you? Did you manage to set up that gymnasium you were talking about? You'll have to send me a ferrotype of your new physique.
Wait just a minute. Something's off here. The handwriting in this letter is different to the one we found before.
Hey, Timmer.
There's something strange
Good, isn't
going on
it?
with this Priscilla.
What if his uncle fancies him? I'm not saying it's incest.
Could I ask you?
All right, but try not to take...
Thanks.
No.
I'm gonna save, and then we'll fancies his uncle back. I'm
Could I
just
ask
saying
you a few more
maybe his
questions, Mr.
uncle is.
All right, but try not to take.
Could you give?
You don't have. But if he's there,
I think there's something going on between him and Priscilla.
something.
What if his uncle is
on?
pretending to be
What do you
Priscilla?
mean?
I found a letter addressed to you from her at the cathedral, and the handwriting is different to the letter you have here.
He has one of her letters? Why would he?
I'm not sure, which is why I'd like to search his home and find out more.
If he's going behind my back, I swear I'll.
Calm yourself, Mr. Bunker.
But then why
If I
would he
find
have
anything,
tried
you'll
to
be the
kill
first to know.
him?
All right. Tom lives at 117 Gimlet Terrace in Worcester.
Hey,
Okay.
practically neighbors.
Here, I've got a spare key. If you find anything about him and Priscilla, you'll tell me, won't you?
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Bunker.
I'd want to go with him. Should we ask him about the
How do
election?
you feel about the election outcome?
I'm disappointed. Atwood may not have been the greatest PM, but he was pro Steam Tech. Sure, the Lygia incident was a tragedy, but people are too quick to judge. Steam technology is a boon to mankind. It's already enriched my life considerably. It's a shame the progress is going to be held back because of one isolated occurrence.
Yeah, maybe he fell in
I
love with
agree.
her in her
Technological
letters.
advancement doesn't come cheap. but
There's
it
some
shouldn't be
kind of love
abandoned
triangle
entirely.
going on.
Thanks for your time.
Not a problem.
You know, you gotta have a you gotta have a niche, Haley, right? Don't forget the mayo thing as well. Got that going for me too.
Nice place. Tidy. Nothing incriminating that I can see.
People rarely leave anything incriminating out in the open. It's time to
That's
have
a
a
bit
look
of
around.
like spooge on the floor.
That's odd. There are some scratches on the floor next to that statue. Music books. Clearly Puffin has never
We
touched
probably
them.
want to move it to.
The look in her eye tells me she's probably hiding something. Huh. I was wondering when he was going to show up.
Is it Jesus? Maybe. Main desk. We'll come to moving that last. I want to look at the books and stuff.
Puffin's daily planner. The man leads an even more boring life than you. Who knew that was even possible?
Yeah, perhaps he tried to kill his nephew so that he could date Priscilla.
Puffin's music room is a bit lacking in comparison to the one in the painting.
It was her stepfather in disguise trying to keep her from getting married.
So Puffin plays at home too? His poor neighbors.
It's empty.
People in...
It's empty.
I reckon it's the mayonnaise.
It's empty.
I don't want to do a poll for it.
No point wasting time searching Puffin.
Okay, no point wasting time. Let's move this then. There's no contest. It's almost better not to know.
How about that? Looks like we found Singing Tom's buried treasure.
What is it?
Let's just see what we have here.
Dearest Priscilla, I have completed all my plans and will soon come to visit you in Cormorant. Please remember that life in New Bretagne is hard, and so I may look a bit more advanced in years than you might expect. He wanted to kill his nephew so that he could turn up there, double chicken nugget and all, pretending to be
stuff,
him.
But what about the box itself? It seems Puffin's gun has gone missing.
Jenkins
He should
and
really take better care of
Bowen.
his things. Jenkins
JB.
and Bowen. The name shares the initials
Wow.
along the murder weapon. That's quite a
Okay.
coincidence.
So
wouldn't you
it
say?
was
I would
chicken
if
nugget.
I believed in coincidences.
Things are starting to fall into place here, Miles. Between the letters, the missing gun, and what Edwards told us about the effects of opium, I think we have enough evidence to consider Puffin a suspect.
Well, I don't think he's even. I think he just did it. Right. Should we go and confront Chicken Nugget? I want to go tell the nephew anyway. Where is he?
He hasn't got any.
Oh, he hasn't got anything. All right, let's do a once-over check. Nobody's got anything to tell us, and then we will leave. And yeah, we'll see. But everyone, it's not incest, so Yeah, we dodged that one. I think the bakery is where we hand in, actually. So. Been to the jail. Pop to the police station, maybe? See if Upton has anything to say.
Can we talk for a moment?
Certainly.
Yeah, maybe next time.
I'm guessing you can't go over there.
I have to so
Okay.
I can still try
Gotta
and help
solve
you
it myself.
I'll let you get.
And
thank you. Right.
I don't think
anyone's got anything to say. Yeah, let's just go and hand it in. Yeah, exactly, Haley. It would make me feel a bit better because then it was, you know, it was the game pointing me in that direction.
Yes, of course.
Okay, wrap up the case.
I've completed my investigation of your brother's murder, Mrs. Morgan.
You have? Oh, that's such a relief to hear. Who killed him?
It was Tom Puffin, choir master at St. Denis Cathedral.
What? But why would a member of the church do something like that?
Puffin is in love with his nephew Ned's fiancée, Priscilla. He's even gone so far as to intercept their letters and write to each of them under false pretenses. Mr. Puffin is also an avid opium user and is prone to fits of rage as well as hallucinations. The evening of the murder, Puffin was at the Silent Raven, and in his opium-induced fog, mistook your brother for Ned. He had his pistol on him, and his rage and jealousy got the better of him. Poor Ronan was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And what about the clothes he was wearing? Or why he was in Chumley in the first place?
I'm afraid your brother fell victim to a cooping gang. They dragged him to Chumley and forced him to vote multiple times. He was wearing someone else's clothes as part of a disguise.
My poor brother. So what happens now?
Now, I'll inform Miss Upton of my findings, and she'll send an officer along to arrest Puffin. From there, justice will be
It's nice though.
I see.
This
Thank
one's a
you
bit more
for your help,
satisfying than
Mr.
the
Freeman.
last case. I feel like the last case I wasn't sure about.
Tom Puffin?
Yes, may I help you?
He might not
officer?
even know that
You're
he
under
did the
arrest for
murder.
the murder of Ronan Lespay.
What? Oh God. So it wasn't a dream.
Oh
Come
no.
along, sir. We need to question
Well, at least
you
he
at the
remembers
station.
it.
You know, Miles, you've been coming in here a lot lately, but you've never looked quite this glum. What's going on?
I've bungled things pretty badly at home. Been staying with a friend the past couple of weeks.
I see. What happened?
I haven't been honest with my wife. Coming here and drowning
Well,
my
don't worry,
sorrows
Veer.
hasn't
He's
really
probably going to be
helped,
put to
oddly
death
enough.
anyway, so.
And yet, it's all I can do to keep from going crazy.
You know, Miles, I've seen and heard a lot of things over the years. Some of the stories would turn your hair white.
He won't
But
have to
through
go
it
cold
all,
turkey for
I've
long.
come to learn one thing. It's usually not too late to make things better.
Maybe he
but
thought that
only
he'd
if you
killed
let
Ned,
yourself try.
Haley. So he
Thank you for
thought,
the
oh,
advice,
Ned's still
Patrick.
alive, it's
All I
okay.
can do is give it, Miles. Whether you choose to take it or not is entirely up to you. Now, would you like another gin?
No, thank you.
Oh?
This time I really do need to be on my way. I should go and see how my wife is doing.
I see. Well, have a good night.
I'm
Miles,
hoping
and
visiting
good
her
luck
is
to you.
okay.
Who in the ether?
Oh, I hope we don't smell like alcohol.
Miles? This is a surprise.
I've decided to forgive you. We'll go with I've been an idiot.
Addie, it's so good to see you. I've been such an idiot lately.
Well, I'm glad you can admit to it. Would you like to come in?
Oh my god, I bet I smell like feces. Yeah, from the sewer crawling. Yeah, we're still married.
Was there something you wanted to talk about?
This is what she wants.
I've given it a lot of thought, and I think it's time I finally told you the truth.
Miles, what are you doing? You know this is a terrible idea.
The truth?
About why I've been acting the way I have been since Bill died.
Well, go on. I'm listening.
Don't do it, Miles.
see.
You know it's a one-way
Crap!
ticket to
Thank you very
Riverview
much
if
for the
do.
follow. Welcome in.
I've been hearing Bill's voice ever since he died.
Fordham, what is wrong with you?
His voice?
I can't believe this! You've just destroyed your life! I hope you realize that!
Yes. In my head, at all hours. That's why I was taking the soporific. It was the only way to keep him quiet. Or so I thought. Turns out that alcohol has the same effect.
What does he say to you?
The type of things he'd say when he was alive. Snarky comments.
Okay, she doesn't
inappropriate
think we're
jokes.
crazy.
Mainly, he nags me to find the flower shop burglar. He thinks doing that will let him find peace and move on.
I see.
I told you you'd think I
So
was
we're
crazy.
either
Don't be
crazy or
ridiculous,
possessed.
Miles. It's nothing like that. It's just, I wish you had told me sooner is all.
I know, but I was afraid.
Well, I'm
So
glad
I
you finally trusted
fully
me.
think
You
that
know, you
Bill
could
is
have
in
all
our
along.
brain.
So, you're alright with it?
It is quite a lot to take in. I think I'll need some time to mull it over. But what matters now
Yeah.
is that we can work through this together.
I understand.
Yeah, because if we're possessed, we can get rid of
I
him.
should probably go. It was lovely to see you again, Addie.
That worked out.
Lovely to see you too, Miles.
She's actually going to let me
Perhaps I'll
leave.
stop by again next week.
Or sooner, if you'd like.
Sure. Like the men in white coats aren't gonna have you taken away by then.
Right. I'll
Okay.
see myself out then.
Good night, Miles.
What, you guys think she's going to call someone on us? No, I think we're fine. I think it's fine.
Fordham, wake up.
He just leapt over the side. I don't... Oh. What's going on?
Goodness, Fordham.
Yeah, that's how
You
Bill
look
died.
Terrible. Is everything all right?
Just had some trouble sleeping. More than usual.
Well, I hope you've rested enough, because I've got something very important to show you.
Oh no, is she showing us
If
to the
we're sharing
asylum?
information now, are you gonna tell Upton about me as well?
What is it?
There's been a murder.
Oh, that is not surprising. Oh my god, what if they've killed our wife? Yeah, do you think she's luring us out of the house? She's like, yeah, there's been a murder that you're going to need to investigate over there in the back of that van with those men in the white suits. Yeah. You just go in there. Yeah, you see that padded cell, the murder's in there?
I assume this one is special somehow, or you wouldn't be bringing it to me.
I thought that great detectives never assumed.
There are exceptions to every rule.
Anyway, you're right. The victim in question is a member of parliament, a man named Percival McDonough, to be precise. But this is the real corker. The murder is clearly the work of the Justice Killer.
Okay.
The Justice Killer. Is that the mass murderer I've been hearing about?
Special
The
murder
very
detection
same.
jacket
Why Justice
that
Killer,
keeps you
though?
really cozy.
It's part of his modus operandi. He kills his victims with a single gunshot to the head, then writes the word justice somewhere in the room with the victim's blood.
Talk about melodramatic.
The police are stumped. This is the killer's 5th victim, and there isn't a single lead.
Haley,
you
what
want
if
me
we're
to
the
investigate?
justice killer?
Not just yet. First, I need you to look at these sketches.
And that's why we're going to end up being taken in. You know, it kind of reminds me of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer episode where she has to make the choice to believe that she is either not a slayer and been having these hallucinations, or believe that her hallucinations are what is real and decide to go there. Or the Deep Space Nine episode where Commander Sisko, the idea is that everything that happens on Deep Space Nine is in his mind. Yeah, that's it, Haley. Yeah, it is a good episode because I feel like there's the real possibility that she could just live inside her, you know, what the demon is doing to her. And then she'd have, like, you know, she would maybe then have both her parents and, you know, or she could decide to go back to the real world, which is much less pleasant for her, where she has to be the slayer. You know, her parents are divorced. Oh, yeah. They're so good, though, Piggy. They're so good. My favorite Deep Space Nine episode is, as everybody's is, In the Pale Moonlight.
You took crime scene sketches from the department?
Of course not. I made copies with the station's Pharaoh duplicator. These killings need to stop, and I believe you can succeed where the department has so far failed.
So, what am I looking for?
The police went over each crime scene with a fine-toothed comb and turned up practically no useful physical evidence. I want a second opinion from you. If you can find some sort of link between them, it might be possible to track this monster down.
All right, let's see what we can see. Maybe there's something that Snelling's finest overlooked.
Oh, nice. So I actually get to look at them. That's kind of fun.
Here are the 4 sketches. Have a look at them and see if you notice anything that might help us find this maniac.
It's what I love about Commander Sisko, or Captain Sisko, is that I feel like he is sometimes the most morally grey of the captains. Like, I feel like sometimes he makes those really hard decisions. I feel like Jean-Luc, that he always finds a way out to make the moral decision, that he's always got the moral high ground. I love Janeway's my favorite, but I think Sisko's my second favorite. Yeah. Yeah, but, you know, some war crimes. That's why I love him. That's why I love him, because he does bad things. He feels, you know, like he can't always take the moral high ground. Yeah. Just a few war crimes. Hey, yeah, erase that entire personal log. I'm surprised that it's not backed up anywhere. Oh, he's got his grippers out.
Maybe you should write crazy over your bed. Wait, what's that? I see an important clue. Just kidding. Maybe you should... Boring. Just like everything else in this sketch.
Is that a Easter lily? I bet it is.
I'm really not in the mood to be analyzing crime scene sketches right now.
Yeah, it's the Easter lilies.
Yeah, he's dead. Big deal.
My God, why is Bill so...
Boring.
Is he cranky because I told Addie?
You're hoping for some witty insight? Shame, because you're not getting any.
Well, I'm not a big fan of Bill, honestly.
I'm sure this is terribly relevant.
Find him quite
I've got
rude.
Nothing to say about it.
And he's quite unkind to Miles. You know, the way he keeps Miles up at night, like he rags on Miles for taking his soporific and the alcohol, but then refuses to let Miles sleep at night.
I don't feel like looking at dead bodies right now.
It's going to be the Easter lily. Hey, Rex. No, I just, you know,
Whoever drew this was a hack. That looks more like a piece of toast than a flower.
Interesting.
Oh, what? You actually found something without my help? I'm shocked.
I fully believe that Bill is, like, possessing us. I'm not going down the route that I think Miles is hallucinating.
If only you hadn't told Adelaide about me, I might share my thoughts with you. As it is, you're on your own. What's the point? It's not like...
Upton?
What is it, Fordham?
Oh,
Everything
nice.
all right with you?
Oh, I'm
What are you
getting
up
by.
to? Yeah.
I expect things to go back to normal once this killer is caught.
I haven't worn out my welcome here yet, have I?
No, you're still tolerable. But when was the last time you
I
washed
don't think
your
we've
hair?
washed our hair
You're starting to
once.
sound like Adelaide. About those crime scene sketches.
Yes?
How in the ether
We'll
were
ask
you able
about
to get these
questions.
sketches out from the department?
I told you, they're just duplicates. Snelling installed one of those fancy new Pharaoh duplicators a few months ago. They let you copy any document.
Wow.
Trust me, nobody
Wait
even
until they
noticed
get
that I
fax
took the sketches
machines.
from evidence. I know how to cover my tracks.
I certainly hope so. I think I found a connection.
I knew you would. What is it?
The
There's
flowers.
a single flower at each crime scene. They look deliberately placed.
There is? Let me have a look.
I think we do have a sister, don't we, Zach? Or
One
does
lily
Bill have a
at each
sister?
scene.
Wait, what did you say?
These flowers, they're lilies. Easter lilies, I think.
I don't believe it.
Upton, this is incredible. This is the lead I've been searching for.
What? You mean for another case?
The flower shop burglar. He was stealing Easter lilies. And I distinctly remember him saying something about his
He
desire
said
to uphold
that
justice.
his justice was
At the
more
time,
important
I
than
thought it was just
ours.
the rambling of a lunatic, but now it seems so obvious.
So presumably he's
So the
killing people
flower
for a
shop
reason.
burglar is the justice killer?
It seems too much of a coincidence otherwise.
Well, then that's wonderful. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Excellent work, Fordham. I knew you could do it.
Yeah.
What exactly are the details regarding this justice killer?
I wonder if
killings
this is the
began a
final
few months
case.
ago, and so far he's claimed 5 victims. The department wanted to keep this information out of the public eye to prevent a panic, but word has gotten out. On the bright side, it makes your involvement in the
I'm not a
case
big
much
fan
less
of chickens,
suspicious.
so... Yeah, I wonder if this will be the last case. I think this game has been quite, like, nicely sized. In, like, with how we've had plenty of cases that have been really interesting. But I don't feel like we've erred too far away from the, like, overarching story, which is to find Bill's killer. And yeah, no, I think it's been really good. They want what's best for me. I will say, Haley, I do have a little soft spot for those, you know, those really fluffy chickens. Little soft spot for them.
What can you tell me about the previous victims?
4 men from Chumley. Hannibal
Hmm.
Kirkland, Reggie Willingham, Ennis Bowditch, and Burley Cause. No known connection between any of them aside from the borough they lived in. I have copies of the police reports from each of the crime scenes. Go ahead and take them.
Thank you, Upton.
Am I gonna let Bill's killer get away? I hate Bill. I was thinking, what if he's killing people with a good reason? I'm not saying that... You know, and I wonder if that will be the moral question of, do we bring him in because he's Bill's killer? Or do we let him keep going because he's killing people with a good... Yeah, no, I think he's killed too many people. And you never know when his sense of justice is going to be wrong. And you don't know whether he's going to be, like, wrong at any point. In addition to just him deciding that his justice, like him actually being wrong about what he thinks somebody's done. Chickens can and often eat snails, Haley. Now you see why I don't like them.
What are the details regarding the killer's latest victim?
As I mentioned, the victim is Percival McDonough, a member of Parliament. He was found this morning by his secretary in his office.
Different.
I expect the official investigation is still
from
underway.
the other...
So the killer managed to get into the Houses of Parliament. No easy feat.
You can say that again. It's the killer's first high-profile victim.
Hmm.
It means he's getting bolder.
I don't know whether he's getting bolder or whether he's just doing it methodically.
Not a bad idea.
Right. I think I have enough information to get started. I think I'll begin with...
Odd. I wasn't expecting company. Chief Snelling?
Upton, we need to talk. Fordham. I should have guessed I'd find you here.
Ah, Chief Snelling. What a pleasant surprise.
Be polite.
I'm equally pleased to see you, Fordham.
Oh.
Although having you here does save me a bit.
Oh, he was being sarcastic.
Trouble.
Oops.
Those are some rather interesting decorations. Would either of you care to explain how they got here?
And once again, the jig is up.
Do you think he thinks we're the justice killer? I told Upton it was wrong to take those sketches. Oh shit, lads. What are we gonna do? I took him. Don't throw her under the bus. I took him. Because she... Like, look how I'm looking at her!
I brought them here, after I made duplicates and took them from the police department.
Nice try, Fordham, but I know for a fact that isn't true. The Ferroduplicator makes a report of every employee who uses it, as well as what was copied.
Oh my
Useful
god!
for instances such as these.
Upton!
Wouldn't you agree?
These gadgets are gonna be the undoing of us all.
Man,
In
she
any
didn't
case,
know that?
I did some digging and discovered some intriguing information.
Yeah.
Upton, why have you been passing on classified police information to Mr. Fordham?
Because he's the best detective you ever had on the force, and you know it.
Is that right? Personally, I don't consider getting your partner killed the mark
Bill
of a
killed
great
himself,
detective.
alright?
What's done is done. Constance Upton, your employment with the New Britannia Police Department is hereby terminated.
But
I should add that it's only because of your 25 years of dedicated service that
25
I'm not pressing
years?
charges against
Will she get
you.
severance?
But as for
Probably not in
you,
1844, right?
I have enough evidence to place you under arrest for obstruction of justice and interfering with police investigations. Do you have anything to say in your defense before I take you in for questioning?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I know who the Justice Killer is.
Fordham, if this is your idea of a diversion...
It's true. I found a link in the sketches of the crime scenes.
All right, let's hear it then. What do you think you found?
I'll tell you if you promise to let me take the case.
Yeah.
Out of the question, Fordham. This is a police matter.
And the police haven't
And
made
I'm not
progress
telling
in
you.
months. Fordham figured it out in a matter of minutes. Admit it, Snelling. Fordham is your best shot at finding the killer. Are you gonna let your personal differences put the people of this city in danger?
Fine. I'll let you continue to operate as an assistant in this case, if you have actually found something of value. Now, what is this link?
He leaves a single Easter lily at each crime scene. The same type of flowers the burglar and the chum was stealing.
I see. A tenuous link, but plausible. I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon. If you haven't come up with anything, I'm throwing you in jail.
Sounds fair to me.
And don't get
Does
any
it?
clever ideas about leaving town, either.
Come now, would I do something like that?
Fordham, it seems there's no telling what you might do. I'm probably a fool for not clapping you in irons right here and now. When you have something to report, come find me in my office. Don't make me regret this.
What about Upton? Assistant junior detective.
Well, that went better than I expected.
Maybe Upton can come and
Except
live
you're
with
still
us.
Fired. I didn't have a chance to get him to change his mind.
We'll worry about that after you catch the killer. In the meantime, I could use a drink. I'll see you later, Fordham.
I'm gonna
Well,
go
better
out and
to
get
work
drunk
then.
now.
Clock is ticking.
Oh yeah, what, Justice Killer. Hello, could you kill Snelling before I catch you? Okay, the New Britannia Gazette. Atwood under fire for alleged cooping scheme. More controversy has emerged after Hart Leroy's landslide victory against Herbert Atwood, as accusations of a pro-Atwood cooping scheme have emerged. Allegedly, Atwood's campaign hired men to find unsuspecting victims, ply them with alcohol, and then force them to vote multiple times in disguise in order to increase Atwood's chances of re-election. The victims were kept in a small room, referred to as the coop, and forced to change clothes several times in order to vote repeatedly. Once they served their purpose, the victims were left in the back alleys around the city, dazed and confused. Despite the efforts, it was not enough to secure Atwood's victory. The information comes from the alleged leader of a cooping gang who agreed to talk. That's what happened to us. That's why we voted for him. That's why we were so dazed and confused afterwards, and we thought we voted for the other guy. Hey, Darren. Morning. Getting fired in your living room. Yeah, but then she's just spending money that she's not going to have because she's been fired. Yeah, that's why. Citizens fear mass murderer. The general mood around New Britannia is one of caution and fear, especially in Cholmondeley. 4 victims have so far been claimed by the so-called Justice Killer, with no apparent motive or link between them. That's what makes it so frightening, said Cholmondeley resident Simon Banks. You have no idea who's going to be next. It's gotten to the point where I stopped sweeping chimneys before sundown. When reached for comment, the New Britannia police offered no new information, but encouraged citizens to remain vigilant and avoid answering their doors for strangers. Rumours of a nightly curfew have been swirling, but no confirmation has been given. Anyone with information regarding the identity of the killer is strongly encouraged to contact the New Britannia police. Arrest made in tragic election night murder. Ronan Lespay, an employee of the Gripsholm taxidermy shop, was murdered outside the Silent Raven pub in Cholmondeley on election night. According to New Britannia police, the person responsible was Tom Puffin, a choirmaster at St Denis Cathedral. According to an unconfirmed source, Puffin mistook Lespage for his nephew, whom he had planned on killing, and accidentally murdered Mr. Lespay instead. He was allegedly under the influence of opium. Puffin was arrested on the charge of murder in the second degree and is set to stand trial in November. Lespay was described by his sister as full of life and an avid fan of books and travel. Although Mr. Lespay himself had apparently never left Vespuccia, contributions to pay for Mr. Lespay's funeral expenses are being accepted. Gascon spiritualist arrested for fraud. Angela Maxwell, the leader of spiritualist group in Gascon known as the Spectre Society, was arrested yesterday on charges of fraud after an extensive undercover operation by the New Bretagne police discovered she was exploiting her clients and robbing them of their money. Detective Lester Barnett attended several meetings under an assumed name, during which he observed Miss Maxwell's ruse. She would claim her client was cursed, then offer healing services for free. The clients would then pay exorbitant amounts of money over a period of time to be cured. A representative of the New Bretagne police offered this warning. We urge the public to be extremely wary of anyone claiming to be able to communicate with spirits or deceased loved ones. In reality, they often just prey on the grief-stricken and vulnerable. Oh. I don't know if did we solve this one? I don't know if this was us. Is it just Chumley? Not Cholmondeley? I don't think I'm ever going to pronounce it right, am I? Just Chumley. It's like Leicestershire. And Worcestershire. Police station or house? Let's go House of Parliament. Hello!
Fordham, what brings you to this delightful spectacle?
Hello, Edwards.
Yeah, just out for a
investigating
walk.
a justice killer. I believe I've got a very promising lead.
I heard an officer mention
Where's
you
the
all this
flower?
morning, but I thought he was just pulling my leg. Feel free to have a look around. I'm just writing up the notes from my initial examination of the body, so I'll be happy to share my findings.
Do you guys
Good.
think it
I'll just get
is
started
a look-alike?
Looks pretty fresh. I wonder what the killer uses to write with.
Blood. Bill?
Nothing but
Yeah,
a bunch of boring
copycat
documents.
killer.
You'd think he could have at least been considerate enough to keep something scandalous in here.
It's on his calendar.
Odd. The page for this month has been torn out. You suppose Edwards might
fingerroll
know
brush.
anything about that?
Something entirely different, Harmer.
A classic trick. Let's see if it works.
Oh, do a robin. Oh. I don't know what the day is today, so we're gonna just have to rub everything. Yeah, because it would make sense if this was a copycat killer. Considering that... Oh, there we go. Ruby T. Shackley. Or Shockley?
Intriguing. We'll need to find out who this Ruby is.
They've killed a high-profile person, whereas the other killer wasn't.
Aha! McDonough met with this person the night of the murder. I'll bet 500 crowns it's a false name, but at least it's something.
All right.
The former Percival McDonough, being a good politician. History books and political theory. I might die of boredom. Again.
I think it did. I think it might
Leave
have
it to a
been.
politician to hang a portrait of himself in his own
Or rubbing
office.
one ear in, because rather than rubbing it out, we filled it in.
The form.
Right, let's talk to him.
Got a moment, Edwards?
Of course. What's on your mind?
Edwards, did you notice McDonough's desk calendar?
I did. This month has been torn out. I asked the officers investigating the scene, and they had no idea what happened to it.
So it wasn't found in this room?
That's right. My theory is that the
Thank
killer
you.
took it.
which means there was probably something incriminating
Thank you
written
for the
on it.
blessings.
If only there was some way of knowing what it was.
Oh, we already know.
Have you forgotten the oldest trick in the book? Just find a pencil
We
and you'll have
already
that
rubbed it.
information in no time.
Oh, yeah, go on, Otto. Thank you for the blessings.
Edwards, do you have a pencil I might borrow?
Of course. Take this one.
Thank you.
I've already done it.
Does it feel good to be out of the office?
As long as I have the chance to examine a body and learn something
she's
in the
she's not in here.
I don't care where I am.
Nah, she
Though
doesn't
I do
know.
admit a preference to working in my own environment.
Only when I sneeze on her.
Fieldwork can be a bit uncertain. There's so much more potential for contamination, especially with those clumsy officers trouncing about, groping everything. Present company excluded, of course.
Wow. Nobber. I feel like he'd have to move there just for the funnies. I wonder if he's the justice killer. I'm going to accuse everybody.
So, what was found at the crime scene?
A dead body.
Uh-huh. A flower.
Edwards.
Hey, just trying to lighten the mood a bit. Anyway, there was also the word justice written in blood, as you can see on the floor there.
Uh-huh.
Is that all?
What more do you need? All the pieces are in place. This is the work of the
It
justice.
is a copycat.
What did your examination of the body turn up?
Apparent cause of death was a single gunshot to the head, exactly like all the other.
Have I accused our wife?
The bullet is still lodged in his brain.
What if it is
I'll
our
remove it
wife?
Once I transport the body back to the mortuary.
Anything else?
No personal effects of note. Just a folded up piece of paper in his breast pocket.
Okay.
It's blank, so the police weren't interested. I assume you aren't either.
Never assume,
Always
Edwards.
interested.
I'll take it if you don't mind.
Be my guest.
Okay. Blank piece of paper. Can we do a robin of that as well?
Did you find an Easter lily anywhere?
An Easter lily?
Yes, the justice killer.
Blue
lives where
ball
every crime
and
scene.
blue.
Is that right? I never noticed.
Neither
The
did anyone
twin.
else, apparently.
Yeah,
So
two
how does
balls.
leaving a lily
Otter.
at the scene of the crime figure into all of this?
Twin
Still trying to figure
townlands.
that out, but I think it might be important to understanding his motive.
Well, be sure to let me know if you do figure it out. The thought process of killers is a twisted, curious thing.
Hmm.
What's your take on this whole justice killer situation?
It's giving me a lot of extra work, let me tell you. We haven't had a serial murderer in a long time. Not since that fellow who was poisoning people about 10 years ago.
Ah, yes. Gascon Gould. Now, there was a case.
Any theories or insights regarding the killer's motive or identity?
That's not really my specialty.
Perhaps
If you want to get into that psychology
this isn't
stuff,
even the
you're better off
last
talking to someone like Snelling.
case. Perhaps we'll have to solve the copycat case and then solve the justice killer case. A place in Ireland called Muff, near the ocean, where you can join the world-renowned Muff Driving Club. Do they give away pin badges for joining?
Did the police manage to learn anything during their
Oh,
investigation?
wow.
Not much beyond
That's
what
great.
I've already told you. I think they were planning on speaking to the victim's wife, though.
Did you get the address?
I did, as a matter of fact. 1820 Kent Place.
Now we get to deal with the grieving
Because there
widow.
was no Easter lily,
Hopefully the
Homer.
officers who delivered the news got the worst of it.
There was no flower left at the scene.
That's all for now, Edward.
So I think
Good
that
luck with your
it's
investigation.
somebody that wanted this politician dead. And plus the politician is so out of left field as well that this is the first like high profile person to be killed. I reckon somebody wanted him dead, thought about framing the justice
Leave
killer.
it to a politician to hang a portrait of himself in his
Oh,
own
that's
office.
himself. Oh, you get a membership. Oh, and a t-shirt and a membership card. Wow, I'd never take that t-shirt off. They should sell them as merch. Let's go see Snelling.
Fordham, how goes the investigation?
I'm making some headway.
Is that right? I certainly hope so for your sake.
Ah, Chief Jacobs. Now there was a leader. The rumor was always that the chief kept a bottle of something in a secret compartment in this cabinet. In Snelling's case, it's probably just water.
Okay.
Every book and file in there is organized to perfection. I'll bet Snelling gets flustered if anything is even a
I
millimeter
don't know
out
why
of
they're being
place.
so mean
He
about
should bump
him.
into the side when he's not looking.
Right, I wanted to look at that case book anyway. The documents. So these are the people that have died. The other justice killer. So this was Hannibal Kirkland, 32 years old, iron worker at Thorburn Ironworks, Chumley. Police found Kirkland in his home after his foreman reported Kirkland's absence from work. Apart from the word justice written in blood, nothing unusual was found at the crime scene, and no witnesses came forward. Investigation into Kirkland's personal life and habits revealed nothing of interest. 47, Reggie Willingham, cabbie for Coulson's Cabs. Police found Willingham in his home after a missing persons report was filed by his employer. Crime scene was inspected, but aside from the word justice written on the wall in blood, nothing unusual was found. No witnesses came forward, and investigation into Willingham's personal life and habits revealed nothing of interest. 29. Construction worker at Gascoigne. Police found Bowditch in his home after his employer contacted police. Crime scene showed signs of modus operandi of the so-called justice killer, but no other leads and clues were found. No witnesses came forward in investigation, and questioning of Bowditch's co-workers and former lady friend proved fruitless. I was wondering if the link between them is that they're employers, employers are the first persons to notice them not showing up. I didn't know whether the thing was that nobody else cared about them, but he had a lady friend. Hey, Logitech. Good morning. Kirkland is a store in America, isn't it? Oh, the Blue Ball in Blue Ball is... Service isn't great and the drinks never arrive no matter how long you wait. What's the sign outside look like? You know, they usually have a picture. Burley Cause, 26. A lamplighter working from the Central Lamp Depot. Officer Douglas Parsons discovered Cause in his home after a report of a gunshot was made by the neighbor Ethel Williamson. Parsons surveyed the scene and found the word justice written in blood, but no other leads or clues. Produced no further clues or leads. Okay.
Chief Snelling?
Just yes, Ice Killer.
What information do you have on the Justice Killer?
Clearly not as much as you.
I see how this is gonna go.
Well, what do you have?
A list of 5 victims, some information on each of them, and no clear idea what connects them. Until your discovery of the lily at each scene, that was where we stood. While I doubt this discovery will do much to aid in tracking him down, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, Kirkland is Costco's in-house brand. Yeah, I've seen the Kirkland brand on all trying American foods videos.
Do you know anything about Percival McDonough?
He's a member of Parliament. I believe his constituency is somewhere in central Kingsland. From the reports I've gotten, McDonough led a rather unassuming life for a politician. He is, however, the first victim who didn't live in Chumley. Either there's a link we've missed, or the killer is changing.
It's a different killer.
Then again, since you seem so confident in your abilities to resolve this matter, I assume you'll provide an explanation.
Must have been the Justice Killer. Yeah, and the thing about the flowers hasn't been reported because they tried to keep it under wraps, but it's ended up in every paper, so everybody knows about the Justice Killer.
What do you know about the Justice Killer's previous victims?
Only what's in their files. All working men from Chumley. That's the only link.
You didn't look further into their personal lives? Maybe they had some social
And people that lived alone as well.
As I said, the detectives found nothing. You seem to think you can do better, so I'll leave it up to you.
They all lived alone. They were all working men.
Would have been if the 4 men were all rich like McDonough.
Are they? Is it blue collar? Is that what you would say? And then I would sign it with common name. Yeah, like Jeremy. And then they'll be looking for all of the Jeremies, and they'd never suspect Haley.
But I'm sure Upton has kept you well informed of our activities. Incidentally, the woman accused in the Harris kidnapping is set to testify in court today.
Ooh.
Linda Walker's trial is today? That was fast.
Indeed. Sometimes the wheels of justice grind slowly. Sometimes they spin out of control. She'll be taking the stand within the hour. If you care to hear her for yourself,
ooh, that might be fun.
Get going soon.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
Listen, about Leger's death.
I don't want to hear it, Fordham. What happened, happened. Nothing you can say is going to change my opinion on the matter.
And if I manage to find the man responsible?
The man responsible is standing before me. Even if you manage to find the culprit you let escape, it isn't going to bring Leger back from the dead.
But it will bring closure to the matter.
If that thought is what allows you to sleep at night, then so be it.
What makes him think you sleep at night?
Enjoying your new position, Snelling?
Reaping the rewards for years of hard work and dedicated service. A gratifying feeling you'll never be able to experience.
Oh, I get my gratification in other ways.
Thanks, Dad.
I'm sure you do. And I'd honestly rather not
Yeah, I
know
bet we
about
do.
them.
I need to get back to my investigation.
Yes. Time is not on your side, Fordham.
They'd never suspect. It's the perfect crime. Let's go watch that lady get
Remind me, Miles, why are we here again?
I don't know, I'm just
Is this for
nosy.
your own personal satisfaction, or did you expect her to have some
She's
useful
the one
information?
that took the baby.
Mrs. Linda Walker, you stand accused of
Linda
kidnapping
Walker.
Charles Harris. What have you to say in your defense?
I had to see if I could speak with my son Alexander again.
Yes. According to your initial statement, you seem to believe that the Harris child is the reincarnation of your own deceased son.
All the evidence was there. I thought it had to be him.
And in regards to the execution of your plan, you secretly administered a soporific drug to your friend and the Harris family nanny, Mrs. Henrietta Davis? Is that correct?
Yes. I felt terrible about doing it, but there was no other way.
According to your journal, you used a mixture of chamomile and valerian, instructed by a Samuel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Samuel is a friend of mine. He works at the docks, and he knows all about plants. I asked him what the best combination of herbs would be to put someone in a deep sleep.
So it was your idea, and not his?
Yes, that's right. He only told me about the plants. He's quite the expert. Why, you should see his collection of Easter lilies.
Did she just say what I think she said?
Now then, let's turn our attention to the night in question.
Interesting. This Samuel person might be worth looking into. Although we can't waste time searching the docks with just the first name. I'd make a note of it, just in case it becomes relevant later. Alright, I've had enough of this courtroom. Let's get back out there. Time's running out.
No, I want to see the ending. All right, the wife, the bridge construction, the cab department. I'm going to go for the wife because I think the politician is a copycat killer, so. Yeah, I just loved his collection of bodies.
What?
And he just had this weird thing about justice.
I'm Miles Fordham, private investigator. Your butler just announced me.
Oh, of course. Forgive me. I was just, well, never mind. Please make yourself comfortable, Mr. Fordham.
Thank you, Mrs. McDonough.
Yeah, do we think it could be her?
Just a painting of some boring old aristocrat. This one looks like a Lady Camilla Prudence Wigglewaddle the Grey. I think I'll call this one Lord Edmund Henry Lickspittle the Elder. Lord Alfred Edward Shufflebottom the Wise comes to mind when looking at this one. Surely this one was called Lady Felicity Euphemia Beaversnatch the Simple. They look expensive, but I bet they're totally worthless. I feel sorry for the sucker who has to clean them.
That's what people say about my anime figures.
But I bet they're totally worthless.
Okay, right, let's get to talking.
I appreciate you seeing me, Mrs. McDonough. I know you must be going through a difficult time right now.
What exactly is it you want from me, Mr. Fordham? I already spoke to the police about my husband's murder.
But then if they
I just
catch you,
have a few
Haley,
questions of my own.
they'll think that you
very
murdered all
well.
those people. But then I guess maybe they won't catch you because they'll be so confused. So ask
How
you
are you
about
feeling,
yourself.
Mrs. McDonough?
My husband of 42 years was shot in his office. How do you think I feel?
Tactful
Probably
as always, Fordham. How do you do it?
great because I
My
think you
apologies.
killed him.
Perhaps that wasn't the most appropriate question. Is there anything I can do to help?
You can start by finding the monster who murdered Percival.
What can you tell me about your husband?
I'll tell you the same thing I told the police, Mr. Fordham. Percival was one of the hardest working
I recognize
members of
her voice.
Parliament. He
She
took his
voices more than
job
one character, I
extremely
think.
seriously. The recent election caused him a terrible amount of consternation, as I'm sure it did most people. He took Atwood's loss rather hard.
Did you see much of him?
I beg your pardon?
Surely someone with such an important position in government could find themselves consumed by their work. Did he spend much time at home?
He made it a point to come home and have dinner with me every night, even if he had to return to the office
She seems a bit
afterwards.
jumpy.
And did that happen often?
At least 3 or 4 times in a week, yes. He'd stay in his office working late into the night. As I said, he was very dedicated to his role.
Sounds to me like she's quite dedicated to hers, too.
Okay.
Can you think of any reason why your husband would have been murdered?
Not really. He was a vocal opponent of the construction of the Gascon-Chumley Bridge, but I hardly think that would have been sufficient reason
I wonder
to
why
drive
he didn't
someone to
want the
murder.
bridge.
Why is that?
Well, it's just a bridge, isn't it?
Yeah.
There are plenty of other ways to get to Chumley.
I meant, why was he opposed to it?
Oh, because the amount of money required to build it is exorbitant. Public funds should be used on roads and buildings that are falling apart. What's the point of having something shiny and new if everything around it is in disrepair?
Yeah, he was really into boats. He was sponsored by Big Boat.
Did your husband have any enemies?
He was a politician, Mr. Fordham. Half the
Ideally,
city
you'd have
hated him.
both.
Did he ever receive any kind of
You know,
threats
things
against
looking
his
nice
life?
and getting new
None
stuff.
that I was ever made aware of. I have no idea who could have killed him, let alone who could have gotten into his
I
office
have
to do
no
it. He hadn't
idea.
told me about any meetings or appointments this week either.
Was it his custom to inform you of his work affairs?
Oh, well, I've always taken an interest in my husband's work. He'd often mention initiatives he was working on or people he was meeting, that sort of thing. Nothing sensitive or confidential, you understand. Just conversation about his day.
Okay.
Do you know anyone named Shackley?
No, I've never heard that name before. Why?
I saw your husband had a meeting scheduled with him shortly before his murder.
That can't be right. He didn't tell me about that. He always told me about his meetings.
It was written on his office calendar, clear as day.
As I said, I don't know who that person is. Why wouldn't Percival have told me about their meeting?
Why indeed?
Okay.
Are you familiar with someone named Ruby?
I can't say I am. Who is it?
Just a name that's come up in my investigation.
Sounds like the name of a trollop. Or perhaps a dog.
Have you heard of the Justice Killer?
That was the name the police mentioned when they told me about Percival's murder. It's absolutely terrifying to think that one sick person could be capable of such evil.
Yeah, I don't know how
Why is
else
he
you
called
get
the
into Chumley,
Justice
though.
Killer? What justice was done by murdering my husband?
I'm afraid I can't answer that right now, Mrs. McDonough, but I intend to find out. Those are all the questions I have for now, Mrs. McDonough.
All right, Mr. Fordham.
Okay, thank you. Right, I did want to check my casebook, actually. I realized why I was here. The blank piece of paper. I was hoping we could use our pencil. Yeah, you know, there isn't... Yeah, I think a bridge would be a good idea. Because how else are you getting into Chumley? Okay. Let's go to the bridge construction site. Interestingly enough, there was somebody killed at the bridge like
Saved
somebody
for
who
only
worked for there.
25 men at once. I used to draw the line at 2.
Wow.
Huh, they seem to be making pretty decent progress. I wonder if it would be any fun to tie yourself to that thing and go for a few spins.
Probably not. One of the victims worked here.
Excuse me.
Hey, what are you doing here? This is a construction area.
Oh, what, like
I'm Miles
a
Fordham, a private investigator.
you know, a
I'm looking into the murder
Skyliner?
of a man who
I
used
would
to
not
work
even.
here.
Fordham? You the same man who got Laura Dupre arrested?
Yes,
No.
that's right.
I mean, yes.
Ah, good to meet
Oh,
you.
yes,
I'm
then yes, if
Gerard.
it's a good thing.
My sister Amelie used to work as her cook. She'd
Great.
Tell me stories about how horrible Dupre
I
was.
thought maybe he
Good to
liked
see
her.
some
I was
justice done
Lou.
for a change.
Glad to be of service. And good to meet you as well, Gerard.
So you say you're looking into a
Whew.
murder? You talking about Bowditch?
Yes, that's right. I had a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
Nah, should be okay to talk for
The
a
answer
few
to that
minutes.
question really depends on how much you like Laura Dupre. Tell me about yourself first.
Do you normally work in construction?
Mostly. Sometimes I be doing other jobs here and there. But I'm lucky to have gotten this job. I think it will keep me in work for a long time. Which is good, because I have 3 mouths to feed at home.
Be sure to watch yourself, then. I hear these types of jobs can be dangerous.
Oh, believe me, I know. One slip up and bam! That's the end of you.
Bam!
But I always watch myself.
Oh, that's good. Right.
How's your sister doing?
Good. She still works for the Dupre family, but with that monster Laura gone, she's much happier. She tells me the family is acting like the madame never existed, and the husband raised Amelie's pig.
Hey, see, look, we're
sound
just
like an
such a good member of
Just a shame 2
society.
others had to die for it.
So, the
bridge.
Gascon-Chumley Bridge is finally being worked on.
That's right. The project started up again shortly after the election. That Leroy, he's not wasting any time. Maybe a good thing for this city and for the country.
We'll have to wait and see. How long before the bridge is complete, do you think?
They say it will take 5 years, but who knows? As long as the work is steady, you won't find me complaining.
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious to see with the one case that I wasn't so sure about. You know, the linseed oil one. I felt like that one I didn't have as, like, I was pretty sure that it was the guy that we accused, but usually you find like a secret third suspect that maybe it, then you find that it was them. I didn't feel like I got that in that case, and I was worried that maybe I'd missed something. Hi, Rev. Let's
you worked
ask
with Ennis Bowditch, right? What can you tell me about him?
Ennis was fun to talk to, always telling stories. Pretty sure most of them were made up. But it made time go by faster while we worked, and he made me laugh. We weren't really friends, but it's duller without him around, you know?
It would be super interesting to see whether all of the cases are linked. Like Simon. Let's just assume Simon is the Easter Lily Justice killer. Maybe Simon has been enabling all these other people to do their crimes. Kind of like Moriarty. That he enables them to do it.
Do you know what Bowditch did on his off time?
Not really.
Rocks.
I only saw him on the job.
You're not allowed to say
but
nice
know he
things.
was
I never
seeing a
expect you to
woman.
say nice things.
I forget
Cute.
what he said her name was, though.
Did he mention anything else about her?
Oh, sure, but
That's very kind
I
of
don't
you.
think they are the type of thing that would help you, if you get my meaning.
Right. Anything of a non-personal nature that might help me find her?
Yes, he mentioned she worked as the serving girl at the ruined coffee house.
I see. Thanks.
Oh, we've met that lady before. We couldn't speak to her, though.
Do you know any details concerning Bowditch's murder?
I only found out when the boss man told us.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted him dead?
Well, everyone here liked him. I don't think he owed no one money or nothing like that. But maybe someone at his other job wasn't so friendly with him. Who knows?
Other job?
Ennis also worked at the docks as a longshoreman.
Yeah, but
Well, that would have been
her
handy to know
killer
sooner. Better late than never, I guess.
must have gotten the drugs from somewhere. Because remember, he drugged her to make her look dead. What if he got the drugs from Simon?
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
Justice Killer? No, I don't know anything about that. Who is he?
A serial murderer. He's the one who killed Ennis Bowditch.
And you trying to find him?
That's the plan.
Well then, I wish you luck. Ennis didn't deserve to die the way he did. I hope that murdering bastard gets what he deserves.
Thank you, Gerard. I appreciate the information.
Not a problem.
What a
boss.
nice lad. Oh, thank you. What a nice lad. I'll see you later. They really likes iced coffees. Shall we... Oh, I've got so many options of where to go. Let's follow this lead. So, I think we're going along the Ennis.
Begging your pardon, miss.
How can I help you, sir?
You've been working here for quite a while, haven't you?
I yes. Coming up on 3 years. Been a real pleasure getting to know all the regulars. They've come to be sort of like a second family. By the way, whatever happened with you and your lady friend?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, that nice lady you met in here a couple of times.
Nice lady?
Did it work out between the two of you?
Oh, that? No, that was strictly business.
Right. Well,
That made it sound even worse. You know, I just met up with her for her business.
I understand you were involved with Ennis Bowditch.
Was involved, yes. I haven't spoken to him in
Well, he's
2
dead.
months.
Oh, were you not aware of his death then?
What? Ennis is dead?
Well, this is awkward.
Indeed. I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news.
How did it happen?
Nah, I think
afraid
she's just a
he
bit
was
pasty.
Murdered? By who? And why?
Those are exactly the questions I'm trying to answer myself.
Oh, I see. Are you a detective?
A private investigator, yes.
I know the feeling.
I'll answer what I can. If it helps any, that is.
I'm certain it will. What was your relationship with Mr. Bowditch like?
Oh, well, it was nice at first. He was a proper gentleman.
First.
But then something changed.
Oh?
It's like I told Ruby.
Ruby?
He might have got hit on the head at work because he seemed to be a completely different person. He'd get angry for no reason. He even... Well, that bit's not important. At first, I thought he was just going through some rough times, but after a while I realized he'd changed for the worse. So I broke things off. He wasn't too happy about it, but I wasn't going to stick with a man like that.
This friend of yours, Ruby, did she know an MP named Percival McDonough?
I'm not sure. Ruby knows a lot of men.
Is that so?
Either that
no,
or...
I don't mean... It's just... Oh, damn it all, me and my big mouth. She'll have my guts for garters now.
Maybe
It's
they're
all right.
killing
No one's in
abusive
trouble. But I think
people.
I'd like to speak with Ruby. Could you tell me where I can find her?
No. You see, she moves around quite a lot. Never in the same place for more than a night or two.
Right. I think she's given us a clear picture of what Ruby does for a living. Normally, I'd be all for pressing this girl more until she cracks, but I like her. I think we'll be able to find Ruby without causing her more discomfort.
Well, thank you for the information. You've been very helpful. Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
Justice Killer? Is that some kind of pesticide?
No, it isn't. Never mind. I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you, sir.
No, that's just ants killer. But, you know. Okay. Let's go to the central lamp depot. We'll come down to the docks later. So this is another place where one of the people died. Or one of the people working here died.
I'm Miles Fordham. I'm trying to find out about...
No time for that now. Get in here and shield your eyes.
I beg your pardon?
Just do it.
Close your eyes, lads.
What's going on exactly?
Everything ready, Alex? 3, 2, 1, go!
Alex hasn't got his eyes shielded.
Amazing! It works!
Wow! So this is aethertricity, probably.
Etheric lamps! Our experiment was a success!
What exactly have we wandered into here, Miles?
Oh.
I wouldn't get too close to that thing. It might end up turning you inside out. Too bad you didn't get a chance to read that sign
Wear your
before their little
goggles.
experiment. There's the bunch of crap they used to build street lamps with. So this is where all the lamps in the city come from. I can't believe I never bothered finding out before.
May I ask you a few questions?
Of course! What would you like to know?
I like that there is so much going on in the background of these games. Like, or of this game. That, you know, the kind of subplot between their aethertricity and whether it actually exists and whether you can harness it to make electricity. It's kind of all going on in the background.
You worked with a man named Burley Cause, is that right?
Yes, I heard he was killed. Such a senseless tragedy. It's a shame he missed out on our demonstration. He was really interested in
He's got the same
etheric
goggles as
technology.
the
Wasn't he concerned about
mortuary.
losing his job to these technological advances?
He had no reason to. It's been made clear to all the workers that there will always be a place for us, even if our jobs are made obsolete. Unlike some other places, we take care of our own here at the Lamplight Depot.
How noble. But I'm pretty sure he's full of more hot air than the HMS Lenore.
Can I ask
What
you
is
about
it
yourself?
You do here exactly?
Oh,
Yeah, it does have a bit of Jim Carrey about him.
This is the main hub of the city's Department of Illumination. It's really just a grandiose
Similar
way of
hair
saying
to
that
the
this
chicken
is where
nugget
all
guy as well.
affairs related to street lamps and public lighting are taken care of. But in addition to sending out lamplighters or mechanics to repair damaged lamps, we also do research into new methods of illumination. That's what my personal specialization is. I help develop and test more efficient ways of lighting our streets. I guess you could consider me a modern-day Prometheus. Yes.
I could consider that, but I don't think I will. Anyway.
Is there anything you know about Mr. Cause's personal life that might be relevant?
No, he was
They're fun, aren't they?
married, but I don't
You know, it
believe
kind of
he
looks
had
like
any children.
Eggman.
Oh, and he used to talk about
From
his
Sonic.
love for fishing.
Could you give me his home address? Perhaps his wife will be willing to speak with me.
Yes,
What if
certainly. He lived at 820
these are
Orchard
all
Avenue,
men who
apartment
saw
2A.
Ruby?
Thank you for the information. Do you know any details about Mr. Cause's murder?
Unfortunately, I don't. The police were here asking questions, but they didn't give me many details.
Do you know of anyone who might have wanted him dead?
Not at all.
In fact, I
Burley
insist you
was
do.
very friendly. Always treated everyone around here
If you could
with
consider me
respect.
the Messiah,
You know,
that'd be great.
It's sad to think that for all our leaps forward, we're still really just a bunch of savages.
You mentioned something about etheric lamps?
Tell me about your lamps.
Weren't you paying attention to our demonstration? You have just witnessed history!
Wow.
What I witnessed was a blinding flash of light.
Exactly! That flash was the result of years of pain.
You know, it's nice that he's got something that he's really interested in.
Not only does ethericity exist, but it can be used as a source of illumination. If these experiments continue to be successful, as I suspect they will, we'll have etheric street lamps before the end of the decade. Imagine lamps that burn twice as bright, 4 times as long. Oh, this will change everything.
I mean,
And
it's
if
really
like anything else we've
interesting
seen, it'll put a lot of people out of work, too.
that we have all this stuff going on about steam technology, and that steam technology is, you know, advancing really quickly, but then there's aethericity that's kind of
Prometheus
gathering
is a
on it.
reference to the subtitles to Mary Shelley's
Mhm.
Frankenstein.
Thank you very much, Pixels. It is. Have you read Frankenstein, Pixels? It wasn't as scary as I expected it to be. I think it's kind of a bit more creepy now looking back on it.
Thank you.
Oh.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Happy.
May I ask you a few questions?
Of
You haven't.
course. What would you like to know?
Yeah, it's more kind of creepy.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
I've read about it in the newspaper. Horrible.
Always think it's
business.
interesting
It
to
makes me
see
wish we could
who
install
people
more
side
street
with
lamps to keep this city safer at
as
night.
well.
Someday.
I don't want to
hope
give you any
realize
spoilers
that
for it.
dream. Then we'll really deserve to be called Lamplight City.
You think brighter streets will stop serial murderers?
It's well known that crime rates are lower in Lyon and Worcester, and they have many more street lamps per square mile.
Frank and
I'm sure it has
Suzu.
absolutely
What if Frank and
nothing to
Suzu
do
made
with the
me,
amount of wealth in
Haley?
those areas. Has to be all about the lighting.
Thank you. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Happy to help.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see whether people prefer Frankenstein, the monster, whether they think they were both wrong. Lamp Depot. Let's keep pulling at this thread then. Let's go to the apartment. Who was this? I think his name was Cause. Burley Cause, I think his name was. I think we actually want to knock on this door.
Yeah?
May I help you, young man?
Hello, madam. My name is Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator. I have some questions about your neighbor.
You mean my former neighbor?
Oh.
Yes. In any case, I'd appreciate it
Okay,
if
so
you could
they've
help me with
moved
some
out.
information.
Nah, I don't think so. The last person to ask me about him was that awful policeman. I don't want to have to go through that again.
I'm sorry you had a bad experience, but I can assure you I won't give you a hard time.
Well, that's easy for you to say, but actions speak louder than words.
Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going.
Is there anything I can do for you then?
Well, since you asked, my layabout husband is out wasting our retirement fund with his drinking. Go find him and bring him back here. Then maybe we can talk.
Oh, wonderful. Now we're playing babysitter.
You'll find him at the Silent Raven. It's not too far from here.
Yes, I know.
Good. My husband's name is Kurt Williamson. You tell him his wife Ethel wants him home at once.
Fetch quest.
I'll do my best, Mrs. Williamson.
There doesn't seem to...
Yeah, thought we'd check anyway. Perhaps there's going to be a little bit more at the Silent Raven, though. God, they haven't rubbed this out.
Looks like they haven't bothered cleaning this up yet. What a mess.
They should cover that up as well. Let's talk to the barmaid first, and then we'll talk to him.
Excuse me, barmaid?
Hi, what do you need?
How are things here now that the election hubbub has subsided?
Oh, right. I thought you looked familiar. You were the one in here asking about the fellow who was killed.
That's right.
Well, there hasn't been too much excitement since then.
She seems nice,
I hardly
Rooks.
had to toss anyone out, which is a right shame.
Why's that?
Kicking out a rowdy customer shakes things up a bit on a quiet night like this. Gets the blood flowing, you know?
Could you kick out
What would a customer
Kurt?
have to do to warrant being thrown out?
My general rule is if they're being a nuisance, they're out.
Okay.
If they try to pick a fight or are just being generally disrespectful, it's a one-way ticket to the pavement outside.
Good to know. What was it you said?
Pick a...
Right. Are you familiar?
What is that? Some fancy...
No.
I see. Never heard of...
You know...
I didn't think she was going to have anything
Do you know
interesting to
anything
say
about the man
about the
sitting at that
Justice
table
Killer.
over there?
Not really. He comes in here a few times a week, but he mostly keeps to himself. I see his type all the time, though. Older, probably retired, and looking to escape.
I feel
his
bad
homeland.
that we're going to have to send him
Sorry for
home.
but that sort of customer is my bread and butter. Yeah.
We've got to start a fight with him then.
Been pretty quiet in the streets of late, hasn't it, Bertie?
You noticed too? I thought it was just me.
I'm not complaining, mind you. It's nice to be able to go out and about without stepping over half the chum in the process.
Indeed. What do you reckon's the reason for it?
Not a clue. Can't be illness. We'd have heard something by now. Whatever it is, let's just hope it keeps up.
Yeah, I'm going to punch this old man.
Excuse me, are you Kurt Williamson?
That's right. Who are you?
Miles Fordham. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yeah? What is it you want from me?
Ethel sent me to tell you she wants you to come home right away.
I should have known. I can't get away for more than a few hours before she's put the entire city on high alert. How much of my retirement fund did she waste on getting you to come down here?
I'm only doing this because I need some information.
The joke's on you, then. You can just go back and tell her I'll come home when I'm damn well ready.
Why is it you're so averse to returning home?
I enjoy going out and having a good time. Is that so wrong?
Your wife told me she doesn't like you spending your money on drink.
What I spend my
I'm
money
trying to start
on
a
is
fight.
none of her business, and even less of yours. What's this world coming to when a man can't even drink in peace without all his affairs shouted from the rooftops?
You know, this whole situation seems awfully familiar.
Listen, Mr. Williamson,
So,
I think I know what you're going for.
The blue
Oh,
is
yeah?
me, the
My wife
white
and I
is
were having
him.
a rough patch. I wasn't being honest with her, and it nearly drove us apart.
But you managed to fix things.
Yes, I was fortunate. I did the right thing before it was too late.
And what did you do?
I showed her a good time.
I told her the truth, that I hear the voice of my dead partner.
afford them.
Come again?
My dead partner speaks to me, and it was driving me crazy.
I thought it
My
might
wife
freak
and
him
she has
out.
Fixed everything.
Right. You have...
What about going home?
Don't you worry about that. I think you should be more concerned.
Have you learned nothing? Now we have to figure out some other way to get... There's gotta be some... There's gotta be...
Oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Excuse me. What was it?
Pick a...
Right.
Well, pick a fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
There's gotta be...
It was there.
Oh, we haven't even spoken to this lady yet! Okay. I thought it might freak him out and he would, you know, start punching.
Is that...
Well, my layabout husband is out wasting our retirement fund.
Yeah.
Good.
Looks like they... What up?
Talk to the lady first.
Excuse me. Do you know... Are you... How are... Why is that... What...
Lovely, right.
It's been pretty quiet in the streets of late, hasn't it, Bertie?
Excuse me. Are you... Ethel... I'm... Why...
What...
Yes.
And what...
Do you think... I reckon...
I showed her a good time, if you get my meaning.
You dog.
I thought he would respond to that.
That method of dealing with things doesn't really work for us anymore.
Oh, no!
I appreciate you trying to help. I'd like to buy you a drink.
Appreciated, but...
Like I said...
Great.
Oh, damn, okay.
Excuse me.
You can...
Why is it
Just keep re-rolling.
It was simple. I just communicated honestly and openly with her.
First time.
I told her what was wrong and how I was feeling. And you know what? She listened. Have you ever told Ethel why you like going out?
No. I assumed she wouldn't understand. I really wish she would come out with me, but I know she'd never agree.
How do you know? Have you actually talked to her about this?
Well, no.
Well, then maybe you should. If she knew you wanted company, she might just give it a try.
You know, I never thought of it like that. I'm going to go home right now and tell her. And if she refuses, well, at least I asked, right?
That's the spirit.
Thanks for the advice, friend. I really do appreciate it.
Marriage counselor.
Not bad.
All right. They'll both be out. Oh no, don't. Oh, thank God. I thought they would be.
Thank you so much for getting Kurt back home.
Don't mention it. Now, would you be willing to answer some questions?
Well, yes, of course.
How long have you been living here?
Well, Kurt and I moved in shortly after we were married, so it's been about 34 years.
Goodness, that's a long time to be living in one place.
Yes, well, the building may be a bit run down, and it gets colder than cold in the winter, but the rent has always been cheap. You can't really ask for much more than that.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
You mean the serial killer who's been killing men in Chumley?
Oh,
That's the one.
She knows
Nah,
them.
never heard of him.
What?
I'm just pulling your leg, Mr. Fordham.
I like this one. She's got spirit.
Unfortunately, I only know what I've read in the Gazette, but it's scary to think some maniac is loose on the streets doing such terrible things. And with Kurt going out by himself for hours at a time, oh, I don't like it one bit.
Tell me what you know about Burley Cause.
He and his wife hadn't been living next door very long, maybe 4 months or so. But I didn't talk
Yeah,
to
I'm
either of
wondering
them very
if
much. They weren't interested
Burley
in
had a night of passion
It's a shame, really.
with
Maybe if
Ruby.
we had known one another better, something like this could have been prevented.
What happened on the day Mr. Claus was killed?
I was here at home.
Remember,
doing my knitting
we
as
called
usual.
the
All of a
police on
sudden,
this,
I
or we
heard
told
a
the police to go
loud
here.
bang. It sounded like a gunshot. I went and knocked on Mrs. Claus's door, but there was no answer. I did notice a smell, though, like flowers. Something seemed wrong.
Like
So
Easter
I decided
lilies.
to report the incident to the police. Not long after that, an officer showed up and started asking questions. Awful man, he was so rude.
Yeah.
I gotta report him, but I forgot his name. I think it started with a P.
Parsons?
Yes, that's him. He called for some more officers and they got into the apartment. That's when I found out Mr. Claus had been murdered.
Where is Mrs.
I think it's
Claus
just
now?
age
I
lines.
don't know, with her mother maybe.
Or maybe
That's usually
smoking
how it
lines.
goes.
You wouldn't happen to know where that is, would you?
Afraid not, but there is one other thing.
Yes?
Don't say I told you this, but, well, I used to hear the two of them through my wall. I tried ignoring it since it's really none of my business, but it became impossible.
What was it you heard?
I don't believe they had a happy marriage. They'd have awful fights a couple times a week.
What would they fight about?
Oh, all sorts of things. The worst one was when she discovered he was going to a brothel. I think he might have hit her on a few occasions, too. But it can't be certain. I hope you don't think me a horrible old gossip. But
Yeah,
I
so
thought
I
you
think the
might
Justice
like to
Killer
know.
is
Not at
killing
all. I'm glad you told me.
abusive men. I think
I
that's
appreciate
what
your
the
time, Mrs. Williamson.
Have a good day, Mr. Fordham.
Jimmy Jam might be. They possibly find out who's being abusive through the brothel. Okay, let's go to the carriage place. The carriage?
Remember,
Yeah.
a black eye is not a badge of honor. Anyone picking a fight will be dismissed immediately. Well,
I
that's
can't
hardly any
decide
fun,
if
is
it's a
it?
copycat. Maybe he forgot
I
the
thought about a
piece.
career as a mechanic
Piece of
once. Glad I
Easter
chose
lily.
police work. Way
Or
less
maybe
messy.
it was hidden somewhere else and no one's found it.
Oh,
Oh, that's gonna give me a
Small
headache.
world.
Indeed. Mr. Shaw, was it?
That's right. So, what brings you around to the cab depot?
I wanted to ask you some questions if you can spare some time.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was gonna go on the entire
Are you still living
time.
in Pumblechook Place?
I am, sir. Things are more or less the same, except Roger's not around anymore. Suppose he must have moved on. Hope he isn't planning on coming back, because his paintings made for great kindling.
That's from
I have
the
a feeling he won't be.
murder that we weren't sure if we did pick the right person.
What can you tell me about Colson Cabs?
Not a bad place, really.
Yeah, someone could have
Only
removed
problem
it.
is the number of people always coming here for work. Lots of folks think driving a cab is an easy job that anyone can do, but that's not the case. You need to know this city like the back of your hand, and it helps to know how to drive. So we get lots of fellas starting here who don't have the slightest clue what they're doing. They don't last long.
What
Nah, you know what? I usually like to hire
I
a cab
prefer not to
from the
think
person
about
that doesn't
those.
know how to drive. It's
Colson
more
said he's got
exciting.
no plans to replace his fleet, so it's all that matters to me.
Are you familiar with the so-called Justice Killer?
I've heard a few rumors here and there about some murders in the chum, but I haven't paid him much attention. There's plenty for me to worry about in my
Does
own
have
life.
a smooth skin.
Aren't you concerned for your safety?
Nice supple.
Not really. Well, I haven't done anything wrong. So if this loony's going around doing justice, it's nothing for me to worry about.
He makes a good point. I think we need to get a better idea of what exactly these victims did to incur the wrath of our killer.
Well, we know, but they don't know yet.
Did you know Reggie Willingham?
Reggie? Sure, I knew him. Well, just as rather I didn't.
Oh? Why do you say that?
The man was a bore, a scoundrel, a no-good bounder.
I wish he would tell us how he really felt.
Only reason they kept him on here was because he was a good driver.
So it's fair to say you didn't like him?
Nobody did. When I heard he'd been killed, wasn't exactly a surprise. If I treated people the way he did, I'd surely have a lot of enemies.
Could you elaborate a bit on Mr. Willingham's behavior?
Oh, he was a proud one. Thought he
Yeah,
was
it's surprising
God's
that the
gift of
police couldn't
mankind.
find this. It's
Always
quite
strutting
obvious.
around, bragging about how many
Okay.
gratuities he'd earned or how many fist fights he'd won against drivers from Phillips. He had the shortest fuse I've ever seen, too. Just looking at him the wrong way could set
Like,
him off.
everybody
I'd always
we've
laugh to
spoken to has
myself when he'd brag
testified
about
that
how many women he'd had in a week.
these gentlemen
Because it was obvious he had
are
to
really
pay for the
angry.
pleasure. A man like that isn't going to get a woman otherwise. I may not be a hit with the ladies, but even I know that being a bastard is a surefire way to drive them off.
I appreciate your time, sir.
Pleasure's all mine.
Yeah. Yeah, the Easter lily at the crime scene, that's true. Alright, let's head out. I do actually want to pop to the crime scene again. Is there just really no Easter lilies here? Because it really does seem like he met up with the lady. Okay, how about... Okay. What if this murder was done by Ruby? Not the Justice Killer. You know, I'm saying that maybe Ruby and the Justice Killer are working together, but this one was done by Ruby. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're outsourcing their murders. Franchise. I like Detective Gumshoe. I think my favorite Ace Attorney character... I liked, was his name Godo? I haven't played it in a long time. So we're going to the Ironworks now.
Well, that doesn't look good.
Ooh.
This place sure is big.
That looks like an
I wonder if they actually make
explosion.
anything useful.
Maybe Apollo Justice, because it's the
Excuse me,
Justice
sir.
Killer.
Are you in charge here? Unfortunately. Who are you? This area isn't open to the public.
I'm Miles Fordham, and I'm a private investigator looking into the murder of one of your workers.
A private investigator, eh? And maybe you can help me out.
Oh, another
I'll do
job.
what I can, but I'll need to ask you some questions, Mr.
Mims. Sanford Mims. Go ahead, but make it snappy.
Ask
How
about
long
yourself.
have you been the foreman here?
Sometimes I think it's been too long. Things were so much easier before we got these machines. They keep saying they're supposed to improve our lives, but they've been nothing but trouble. I've already had 5 of my best
I liked
men
his
get handled by
coffee,
some of them.
Rooks.
And then there's these damn fools blowing things up. My hair wasn't this gray 5 years ago, you know? I swear, one of these days, I'm just going to pack it all up and retire. Let someone else deal with these damn things.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
The who?
He's a serial murderer who's killed 5 men over the past 4 months.
Well,
All right.
5.5, 4.5.
He may have killed one of your men. Weren't the police here asking about it?
Oh.
We're not sure about that last one.
I know they came poking around here a while back, but I was busy dealing with other things.
It's nice to see the lines of communication
Maybe
here are
Miles
wide open.
moonlights as a proctologist or gynecologist.
What happened to your iron mill?
What's it look like? The damn thing went and got blown
Oh,
up.
dang.
Disrepair?
Of course not. All my machinery is sound.
Yeah, sure.
Checked and serviced regularly. This is the work of those goddamn Redites.
I thought that said Redditors. I was like, oh, I didn't know they had Reddit in 1844.
What makes you certain the explosion was the Redites doing?
Take a look, boy. The whole mill got taken out. Even if this had been a mechanical failure, which it wasn't, the explosion would have been contained to a single part of the machine. This couldn't have been anything other than sabotage.
Okay.
Have you had problems with the Redites before?
They've sent anonymous letters, but this is the first time they've actually carried out one of their threats.
You're absolutely sure this was sabotage then?
Yes. How many times have I got to tell you that? Listen, you said you were an investigator, right?
Mhm.
So find out who did this to my machine.
Are you going to
If
pay
do,
me?
I'll help you out with whatever else you wanted to ask me about.
People usually pay for private investigators.
Pretty upset about his machine.
I'll see what I can do. What can you tell me about Hannibal Kirkland? Former employee here?
Listen, I've
So
got a
while you
lot on
sit
my
back
mind
and
right
wonder
now.
why
I
I got this
understand,
fucking
but it's
thorn in my
important to my
side, oh my
investigation
god.
that you tell
It's
me
a
what you know
mirage,
about
I'm
it.
telling
I'm
you.
sure it is,
It's a
but as you can see,
sabotage.
I've
The
got a lot to deal
sabotage.
with right now.
Thank you, Riggs. What song is that from? I'm guessing
I'll
it's
be
a
going
song,
now.
right?
Be careful on your way out.
Right. Well, what am I going to find out? What, go to the police station and ask about it? Hello, Mr. Snelling.
Chief Snelling,
Yes, Fordham?
have you got any information on the Redites?
The Redites? That ridiculous gang of troublemakers? Yes, I have some information. What's your
I don't know
interest in
ABBA.
them?
A witness is refusing to speak
And
with me
Sabrina
unless I can
Carpenter.
figure out who sabotaged his iron mill.
I see. All I can offer is a list of names of known Redites along with their last known whereabouts. But I remind you that you only have until tomorrow afternoon before this indulgence expires.
Yeah,
and
well, look,
I
I've got like
throw you
50
in
side
jail.
quests to do.
This seems like a waste of time.
That's my decision to make.
Very well. I'll give you the list when you're ready to leave.
I need to get back to my
Can I
investigation.
have it, please?
Yes. Time is not on your side, Fordham. Here you are. This is the most recent list of known Redites.
I do like the last two Bruno Mars songs. Okay, Clovis
This is a lot
Sullivan,
of names.
suspect in
If
3
we're going to
instances
track
of
down the
sabotage.
saboteur, it might be best to retire to a more tranquil environment. Fancy a trip back to Upton's?
Guy McKee, arrested in charges of attempted murder, 15-year sentence. So he's in Darlinghurst Prison, so probably not him. Paris Wilson, suspect in 2 instances of sabotage, and they are not in prison. Marcus Chapman, involved in factory explosion, dead though. Peyton Ferguson, suspect in 6 instances of sabotage, not dead. Lucian Donaldson, suspect in 4 instances of sabotage. Oh, they're like rap ABBA. Okay, maybe I can get on board. Shall we pop down to the docks before we do this? See if we can find Simon.
Blank surfaces don't stay that way for very long around here. Blank surface. This sign could use a fresh coat of paint.
Right. Oh, Trevor! You guys
The
remember
chum.
Trevor?
You can never truly get away from it as much as you may try.
Trevor worked for the florists.
Trevor Hastings, is that you?
Why,
Ah.
Detective Fordham. Fancy seeing you again.
Haley,
What brings
I'll
you
see you
down
on Tuesday.
I'm trying
Tomorrow.
to track down a serial murderer.
You have a good
who I
Monday.
believe
Good
is the same
evening.
man who was breaking into the flower shop.
You don't say. I wish I could help
Tell
you,
Isabel I
but the
say
guy
hi.
never came back after the night you and your partner came around. Where is your partner anyway?
Dead.
Oh, he's around.
Dead.
Well, give him my regards. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get this crate back, or Cecilia will have my head on a
I
platter.
still am sussy about this
Good
guy
seeing you
as
again.
well.
He's around. That's probably the most clever thing you've said in months. Well done.
Keep up the good.
I'm surprised you guys weren't more proud of me that I
The
knew what
chum.
the day of the
You
week
can
was.
never truly get away from it as much as you may try.
I knew it was Tuesday tomorrow. Which means it's Monday today. Oh.
What? Who is it?
Hello.
Hello, sir. I was wondering if I could
Thank
ask
you.
you a
Good
few
for me.
questions.
Exactly.
Go ahead, but make it
I just
quick.
think he might
Time
be
is money,
involved,
after all.
maybe. Like maybe he's supplying the
What does your work
flowers
here involve?
I'm in
under the
charge of
table
tracking and cataloging all the cargo
or
that
the
passes through here.
plants
I
that
receive the
various
shipping
people are
manifests and
using
make sure that things get
for
unloaded and
different
sent to the right
murders.
places.
And you do all this by yourself?
Well, of course not. I'm in charge of administration. A team of workers does all the heavy lifting.
Okay. Middle management then.
Are you familiar with the Justice Killer?
I believe I saw a headline in the newspaper recently mentioning that name, but I dismissed it as fear-mongering nonsense.
His hat is
There are
so
more
shiny.
important things I need to worry about.
Very big
The
collar
Justice
as well.
Killer is directly
Long
responsible
neck.
for the death of one of your workers.
Oh? Is that right? Well, there's nothing I can do about it. What my men get up to in their off time is none of my business.
Wow,
Yeah, I
this
just
guy's
wonder
even
if-
worse than you, Miles.
Maybe he doesn't realize that he's supplying the murderers with plants. Maybe he's the one supplying Simon.
Did you employ a man named Ennis Bowditch?
I did, yes.
It does look a bit delicious.
He only worked for me occasionally, but he was always punctual and performed his job well. I learned recently that he had been killed. It was a tremendous shame. Workers of his caliber are so hard to come by.
Do you have any information relating to Mr. Bowditch's murder?
I'm afraid not. The truth is, I knew very little about him. It's the same with most of my men. I have a business to run, you see. It affords me very little time to socialize.
Thank you for your time. I'll let you return to work.
Right, you are.
And they're just employees after all, you know. You need to know anything about your employees.
Keep up the good work, Mr.
We're just harassing us. I thought we had something new to say to him. Okay, let's head back to Upton's apartment then.
Right. This should be a quiet enough spot to concentrate on finding that saboteur. I just hope Upton doesn't mind you turning her parlor into your own personal study.
I'm sure she'll have no objection. Now, let's have a look at that
Because
list.
if we solve this case, maybe we can get a job back.
I think we can rule out Mr. Sullivan as a suspect.
Why?
He's Western Vespucci's
Oh.
problem now.
Too far away.
Unless Mr. McKee
15
has
years in
escaped from prison, which I highly doubt, he's not our man. This might be who we're looking for, but it also might not be.
No harm in paying him a
588
visit,
Hanover
except losing time
Street,
in our other investigation.
Woodchester.
If dead men could cause explosions, let's just say things would be a lot different. This clearly isn't the right suspect.
Maybe this
It's
one?
possible that this is who we're looking for, but without
19
some way to be
St.
absolutely
Louis
sure,
Road,
we're in
Gascon.
danger of wasting precious time.
I'm not usually the gambling type, but a 1 in 3 chance doesn't strike me as the best odds.
This might be who we're looking for, but it also might not be.
We could pay him a visit. Who knows? We might get
469 Bain Bridge, Woodchester. 2 instances of sabotage, 6 instances of sabotage. We could ask. Yeah, Bill seems to be over it now. I think it's because we're so close. Let's pop to the... not the docks. Oopsies. The ironworks and see whether he recognizes any of the names.
Mr.
Yeah.
I'll be...
Hey, that here is for...
My apology.
Oh, workers only, sorry. Let's head to the police station, maybe ask Snelling.
No.
No. Maybe somebody will have an opinion.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Would you happen to know anything about the Redites?
I heard some of the other men talking about them, but I don't ask too many questions. Seems to me they just a bunch of angry and confused people with no other way to express themselves than lashing out. I admit I feel sorry for them.
You're not worried about Steam Tech putting you out of a job?
Nah. Machines can only do so much. You still need a man to make them work or to fix them when they're broke. I think them Redites are just making a big fuss over nothing.
Thank you, Gerard. I appreciate the information.
Not a problem, boss.
I like that guy. Okay. Upton. I'm the leader of you guys!
Of course! What would...
With all these promises of technological advancement, have the Redites given you any trouble?
Oh, those tech-fearing dolts. Yes, I'm sorry to say that we've gotten threats from them. They have yet to carry any out, which is unsurprising.
How so?
Groups like that are all bluster and no backbone.
I've seen some evidence to the contrary.
Is that right? Well, we've seen little beyond threatening letters, and I intend to make sure it stays that way.
Do you have any of these letters I might have a look at?
Yes, I have one. I'll give it to you before you leave.
Thank you. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Happy
Yeah,
to
this
help.
is my chat's a rehabilitation center.
Here's that letter you were asking about.
So that you guys leave, you know, feeling or being better people than when you came in. To the engineers of chaos and destruction, you are working in direct opposition to the natural order of things. These so-called improvements will be the downfall of our society. If you do not cease your unholy experiments, the Redites will be forced to take action. You've been warned, PF.
Now that's interesting. Whoever wrote this letter signed it with initials. They can't have been so stupid as to make themselves so easily identifiable, can they? Perhaps it would be a good idea.
All right, let's PF.
Peyton Ferguson. The initials match those on the letter we got at the Lamplight Depot.
I'd say it's our best bet.
Means we won't waste time. It would have been kind of interesting, though, to see what everybody else had to say. Hopefully it will tell me. Lucian, Paris, PF.
Well, well. Who's this lovely specimen?
Allow me to introduce Peyton Ferguson, known Redite and prime suspect in a sabotage at the Thorbomb Ironworks. I picked him up and brought him straight to you.
Ooh, a saboteur. Just leave him to me and I'll make him feel right at home.
Please find
That was
a justice
easy.
killer soon, Miles. Being Giles' prisoner is not my idea of a good time.
Right. I'll leave you to it then.
Yeah, he willingly came with us and he just stood there and he was, yeah. He was thinking about his life choices, all right? He was, being...
Mr. Mims, a word if you wouldn't mind?
What's the
Yes, what is it?
He was being rehabilitated.
I found the person responsible for sabotaging your iron mill.
Oh, yeah?
His name is Peyton Ferguson. He's currently at the Bow Street Jail.
Hey, not bad. I owe you one, Detective.
He certainly does.
What can you tell me about Hannibal Kirkland?
Good worker. Mostly kept to himself. Real shame what happened to him.
Okay. Tell me about his personal
life.
life.
Here disliked Kirkland?
Enough to want him dead? Nah. There's the occasional scrap, but everyone around here gets along for the most part. Like I said, he mostly kept to himself. Head down, didn't bother nobody.
Do you know what he did outside of work?
No idea. I only ever saw him here.
You said Kirkland was a good worker?
One of my best. I knew something was up when he didn't show up for a couple of days. Don't think he'd ever missed work before.
Did he have any personal effects he kept here, or an area where he worked?
He had a cabinet downstairs in the workers' changing area, just like everyone else. You can go take a look if you want, but I don't think the police found anything.
It seems like the police haven't been doing a very good job, so third one from the left.
Be careful on your way out.
Right. Third one from the left. 1, 2, 3. Well, I don't know what his password was.
Just another unmarked. Just another. At least having a heater down here manages to keep.
How do I
things
know
warm.
what
I remember the change
numbers?
At the police station were always ice cold.
Gents, please stop shaving in the showers. The cleaning lady almost tore my head off. She says the drones can't take the hair.
Sounds like there's someone in there. If you weren't so bashful, I'd suggest joining in. You could certainly use it.
This won't take us long. I mean, this is unless it'd be unfortunate if it didn't let you do this unless you knew. You know, like Miles, if Miles doesn't know. Yeah, exactly, until you find the code. That would be so annoying.
We'll all be dead by the time you solve this.
Thank you, Rev! No, it's fine. I don't think it's taking this long. We've brute forced things that have taken longer. Look how quick this is. Nah, we've already done the center number 0. I'm pretty sure. Oopsies. There's nothing more satisfying than brute forcing something, though.
Okay, I'm putting my bet in. Any advance on 998?
Thank you, Pixels. Thank you. What number do you guys think it will be? We're halfway there. Oh, good, yeah!
Not completely empty. There's something at the bottom here.
Was 564 maybe, I think. The Gilded Lily, 12 refined ladies in waiting, all sizes, petite, skinny.
Nice!
Bosom? Thank you very much, Rev. I don't know what that says. Oh, it's like it's a brothel.
Seems our friend Hannibal had a few extracurricular activities after all.
Gilded Lily, huh? That's a bit suspicious.
Who knew such a pretty flower could
Oh,
cause such an
she has a large
inconvenience?
bosom.
The answer to that question is me, in case you were wondering.
Was it 542?
Flowers bring nothing but trouble. Trouble and snot.
That's enough, Bill. We need to get a move on.
All right. Should we, after that high, that absolute high, I wonder if he would... No, he's not going to say anything. Should we save it? I just spelled brute. Oh, there we go. Yeah, end on a high note. Yeah, we'll end on a high note then. And come back to Lamplight So I think we might finish Broken Sword this week. I think that it's going to take like 2.5 streams. So perhaps we will play the rest of Lamplight after Broken Sword, because we're planning on doing Broken Sword Wednesday and Friday. So perhaps if we finish it early on Friday, maybe we'll play Lamplight. But we'll see. We'll see where we're at. Otherwise, it'll probably be Lamplight next week. Tomorrow, we're playing Elroy and the Aliens, which is a new point-and-click. Kind of reminds me of Toonstruck and Day of the Tentacle. They kindly gave us a key for it, so I'm quite excited to try it out. And then Wednesday and Friday with Broken Sword 2. Thank you very much for coming. No, have a good nap. Have a good rest of your Monday. Yeah, we're point-and-click all week this week, which is great. Yeah. I think it is voice acted. I think. Yes. Yeah. It looked really good. I was excited when they offered me a key. I was like, yes, please. Yeah, it looks really good. So point and click all week this week. So I will see you tomorrow for Elroy and the Aliens. And I'll see you Wednesday for Broken Sword 2 and Friday for Broken Sword 2. Thank you very much, lads. Have a good evening. Bye-bye. All islands are dangerous. It's just mesmerizing, his package. Like, does Amazon deliver here? Because I've got a massive pack. They do look kind of gross. I want to try one. What a package, Brett. Or the Bloody Mary. Because, I mean, he's got thighs that could crush a watermelon. Sorry. I'm very distracted. No, Bloody Mary.
I should find something to
I'll pick it up in a minute.
the traces of ink on the blotter.
Do you guys know? Can you give me the answer before I make the wrong decision? Is it lime? Is it lime juice? Because I don't want to just piss on my paper. That's not what I want to do. Do I trust Rooks and say it's just lime water? Oh, I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to get it wrong. I don't know whether to pick up. He doesn't tell me. You're on your own. Here we go.
Damn, it's diluted the ink. Now it's illegible. Right, it's not my lucky day.
Oh, I can't believe it. We fucked that up. Oh. You must have mesmerized him. I mesmerized him. He thinks we're sexy too, lads. He wants a bit of Todd the Rod. He's like, Todd, how hard? How hard, Todd?